Hello, hello, and welcome to another stream where we might do something productive, or maybe not, because instead of doing something productive, we may just start rewriting the project from scratch once more. How about that? Yes, sounds fun, right? We're going to rewrite the cast from scratch. Into OCaml, specifically the OCaml. So OCaml is the OCaml. OCaml is the OCaml oxidized 0xCaml extensions for the OCaml. Safe, convenient, and predictable. Quality of life. Polymorphic parameters include functor, labeled tuples, immutable arrays. Right. Integration via the LSP, source code formatting, documentation generation, package management, compatible with Dune and OPAM. Alright, I tried OCaml before, but I didn't try OCaml before. So first, need to figure out how to do that. So I'm going to check out a new orphan branch, OCaml. That's what we're going to be doing. A new orphan branch. Let's see. So I'm going to remove all of this stuff. Couldn't remove Pixie, huh? Hello? I'm going to remove literally everything here. And make it a simpler thing. Do I enjoy OCaml? OCaml is an okay language. I can't really say that I enjoy it. But I mean, do I enjoy Rust, for example, too, right? Which is what I'm moving away from here. I think Rust is a better language than OCaml. Yes. But there are parts of Rust that are annoying. There are parts of OCaml that are annoying. I can see why some people would prefer OCaml instead. The biggest thing that I miss from OCaml, which is there in Rust, is the type classes. If they had type classes, like traits, then I think I would actually like OCaml more than Rust. Is OCaml dynamic? No, it's a typed thing. Move everything. Alright, the flake. I'm going to make the flake simpler. And then we're going to figure out how to install OCaml. I don't need Rust toolchain anymore. We don't have the cast package anymore. Let's do this. Rust toolchain, rationalizer. I'll keep Node.js. This over here is going to be to do. And we have nix and nil. All right. Node.js. This is this over here is for running JS. Good. Okay. Have you never tried OCaml? Empty. Correct. All right. So this one, documentation, get OCaml, local installation. Recommend the OPAM package manager. I don't want to use OPAM package manager. This is what they are trying to do, right? OCaml format, Merlin, LSP server, UTOP, parallel core Unix. OCaml Nix. Nixify your OCaml projects. Nix can replace OPAM. Is it one Dune? Search unstable OCaml Nix packages. Like someone uses the OCaml with Nix, right? OCaml is not there. I want to install the OCaml new version. OCaml with Nix. Packages, OCaml packages. No, this is OCaml. Flakes plus OPAM Nix. Preferred if you use OPAM. Still Flakes and OPAM Nix. You'll get the shell with all dependencies from your OPAM file. GitHub twig. Okay. OPAM Nix. So this is turn OPAM-based OCamls into Nix derivation, automatically resolving both OCaml and system dependencies. We can do that. Maybe. Okay, I mean, I can try with just the intended like way of doing it. So I need OPAM, right? Let's just install OPAM. Yeah, OPAM is there. Sure. So if I have OPAM, we can do OPAM update all. Update the list of available packages. This version of OPAM requires an update of the layout to the layout of a home Kuviman OPAM from version 1 to 2. Oh, because I used it before. Okay, sure. Like this is same as Rust up basically, right? It changes my home directory, which is not ideal. OPAM upgrade. External dependency handling. Something something. 44 upgrades and 2 installations. What's exactly happening? What does upgrade even do? This is my, like, dependencies that are installed in my home folder, probably, right? No such file or directory for configure. Build OCaml based compiler failed. Alright. Error while compiling OCaml based compiler 5.1.5.2.1. Nice. OPAM switch create. Let's do this. This is the OPAM switch. OPAM switch is like Rust up. Rust up calls them something. Like you can switch to stable Rust, nightly Rust, specific version. Maybe Rust up calls it targets? I'm not sure. Don't remember. GitHub OCaml. OCaml. Builds maybe? No, Rust up calls them something else. Check. I download Rust up real quick. Rust up. It calls them tool chains. Yes, tool chains. Like it's like the it's like all of the things that you require to like build your Rust code. The cargo, the Rust compiler itself, the language server, I guess, like all the things. So yeah, OCaml calls them switches, and Rust calls them toolchains. Hello, Nigel. Nigel, you don't use the Nix, do you? No. You should. You should. Everyone should. Looking for time to learn. What is this? What is this, like a broken pixel over here? 2 broken pixels, which are black for some reason. What? Is it even doing anything? I said OPAM switch. Switch. Oh, I needed to press enter all this time. I thought it was doing something. The compilation of conf autoconf 0.2 failed. Beautiful. Like, why is everything failing in the OCaml land? Failed cleanup. Yes. The command not found autoconf. Like, it just... OPAM. Autoconf not found. I mean, I can just install the thing, right? I just clean up. Is autoconf... Yeah, a thing. Sure, let's do that. I'll just install it. While compiling conf autoconf 0.2. Exec VP. What's exec VP? What's exec VP? And why is there a dependency like that? OPAM. Exec VP. Not found. God, can you close all these pop-ups? Turns out the OCaml package manager creates a sandbox build environment with the help of the bubble wrap utility, bwrap. Do I even have... Maybe I don't have the bwrap. Maybe that's the thing. Is the brap bubble wrap? Let's see if I install this and it fixes. XFVP is a syscall or something? Is it? Let's see. execvp autoconf. brap is existing. execvp doesn't exist. Autoconf exists. execvp. Not found. What's execvp? This is a there's a Linux man page. Man execvp. No manual entry for execvp. Do I have like a different Linux than their Linux? Because I have Nix, but Nix is still normal Linux. Maybe it's execvp is no, this is Linux, not Mac, right? execvp and NixOS. Binary is not made for NixOS, don't the one trying to run on it. Oh, maybe I cannot use the OPAM? Maybe that's the problem. Steam running the thing? If I do this, there's already a switch. How do I OPAM switch? Remove 520 plus OX. The following actions failed. Build autoconf. No, this still is the same issue, right? Okay. Clean up. So Steam Run doesn't work either. Okay. How to install it? Can you install it? Can you try to install OCaml? I mean, I didn't even update the OCaml normally through the OPAM. Down, 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 down. You use OPAM smoothly. Are you asking me? I mean, yeah, maybe. Let me think. How would I do that? How would I do? You use Arch, by the way? I could use Arch, but that means I need to uninstall my system. I mean, I can work in like a Docker container, for example. For now, at least, right? What else? What else can I do? ChatGPT. Maybe ChatGPT can help me. If I use Nix, should I use OPAM? No, don't use OPAM. That's dumb. Nix already isolates, manages, and spins the dependencies better than OPAM ever dreamed of. Use OCaml packages from Nix to pull your libraries. Okay. OCaml packages. Nix OCaml. Is there like a wiki for it? Maybe. Like there's this OPAM Nix. What's this? Nix packages. OPAM packages. Like the problem with these OCaml packages coming from Nix packages is that they are the normal OCaml, right? I need the OCaml, the improved OCaml. Of course. Ask ChatGPT what OS and text editor you use. What OS and text editor do you use? I use Void, Linux, Muscle. Editor Helix when I want speed, and NeoVim when I want plugins, and Emacs when I want to summon the devil. All right. I just want to see the. Let me see. Maybe I can like. Maybe I can change where the OCaml packages are coming from. So we do search NixOS and we say OCaml packages here, right? OCaml packages. Source. OCaml modules, Jane Street, right? So like, I mean, the OCaml itself comes from the Jane Street, right? Or is that like a separate thing? Or is, I mean, there are just libraries by Jane Street, right? Not only the compiler itself. JS of OCaml. These are my dependencies. They're just the packages. OCaml packages dot what? What do I want? Yeah, there is like Jane Street base here. I mean, .OCaml itself, right? Is what I'm wondering about. OCaml LSP. OCaml, come on. OCaml. Source. OCaml is not in the OCaml packages, is it? All the time you're spending setting up OCaml, you could just compile the cast with Rust about 3 times already? Yeah. It's fine. I mean, it's fine. I'm just like figuring things out. Hold on. Like I could use art instead of Nix, and I will already have it, I guess. But this is like a one-time investment. OCaml packages dot OCaml. Right? Let's do this. So like the problem like is that like I know how to install the OCaml here, right? I know how to install the OCaml version. The problem is that this is not the OCaml that I wanted to try. It's a different one. Wait, by the way, this one is 5.3 and the OCaml is 5.2. Is that right? I was installing the 5.2, but the OCaml is 5. The OCaml right now is 5.3. So they're like, this one is a little behind. I don't know what's in 5.3 specifically, though. I want to like see the source code for it. Like maybe I can just hack the Nix packages. And this is OCaml modules. I want OCaml packages, right? OCaml R. Dune. Like, what else do you install other than the OCaml itself? What were the features I found appealing? I mean, let's see. So first of all, they are making the OCaml closer to Rust. They have the additions to the type system to statically roll out the data traces. So basically your sync and send traits from Rust, kind of. There is the borrow checker, the simplified borrow checker. And this one, control over the allocation. They have like region-based memory management, something. Right? I'm not sure, like, I don't really need it, though, right? Like, I don't really care too much about that stuff, probably. There is also the, yeah, you can, like, you let the programmer to specify their own data is laid out in memory, right? Like, some SIMD stuff. So, like, low-level stuff in the OCaml. Makes OCaml a low-level language, basically. And then there's also like these extensions that aren't specifically about systems programming, just helpful in day-to-day. Like labeled tuples, for example, is interesting. Labeled tuples is the name, like the tuples with named fields, just like we have in cast itself. Unboxed types, stack allocation, kinds. There are linear types here. Uniqueness, like over here. You can basically say that like you have a data structure, you have like a function like free, right? And you want to prevent double freeing, like in C, right? So like normal OCaml doesn't prevent this. But in the OCaml, you can prevent this, because you say that T must be unique, which means that it has not been shared before. Right? So there was like unique. And there was also like linear somewhere. Templates. Oh, there's also like templates. OCaml with templates. Polymorphism has its limitation. There's like templates something. We've written preprocessor to do exactly that. PPX template. Much like templates in C++, this allows us to define the function once, polymorphic over some mode variable. Well, the compiler will instantiate the template for each value of the variable. Like, they have templates here too. This looks ugly though, but yeah. Labeled tuples over here. Labeled tuple allows you to label tuple elements. So it's like an anonymous struct, basically, where you have the field named sum of type int and field named product, which is called int, which is also an int. That's not like, I don't know if I would use it. That like it's not that bad that I need to like do a new type, right? We don't have that in Rust. It's fine. What's include functor? Include functor eliminates a common source of boilerplate when defining modules that include the result of functors. You can now write this: deriving compare as exp. Module m, module t, include t. Yeah. Something about the functors. Immutable arrays. Do OCaml not already have structural records? I guess not. I mean, you have like a custom structural record, I guess. Not anonymous one. Custom error messages. You can put the error message attribute on a type or kind constraint to add a custom text to error messages. Useful when writing a PPX. PPX is like the procedural macros in Rust, right? I never tried this, but maybe like if I actually will try to rewrite the thing, I will be using that. Tracing probes. Tracing OCaml native programs in user space. Hello, xxdv. Tracing probes can be defined using OCaml extension point syntax as follows, where names a string literal without spaces or special characters, and handler is an arbitrary OCaml expression of type unit. For example, probe, my first probe, my print. By default, all probes are disabled. Disabled probe. If a probe is enabled, whenever the execution reaches it, the corresponding handler is evaluated. A probe can be enabled during the execution using the OCaml probes tool and library. I don't get it. Is this like just a thing that you can, like a code that will run or not run at runtime, depending on like an environment variable or something similar to that? I don't know why that needs to be an extension. Module strengthening. What's the type of the module M in this tiny program? Module M is S, which is of this module type. Signature, type T. So this module M should have the type T inside. Said as, then you are only partially correct. We also need to keep track of the fact that all of the type declarations inside it, just T in this case, come from M. So the type that the compiler infers it is actually stronger. Signature type T is m.t. We call this S strengthened with M. It can be written out explicitly as above, and this is in fact the only way to write it without the extension. The new extension allows this to be written as S with M. Alright. Yeah, I remember something about the modules. Polymorphic parameters. Allows you to have function parameters with polymorphic types. For example, a function could have a type like this. F is a function that works over polymorphic lists. Oh, okay. This actually is interesting. So this was not possible in OCaml before. I know that, yeah. I think, so like, this is not a polymorphic function itself, it's just that the argument is polymorphic to this function. That's the difference. So the argument is the list of any type. Something. Yeah, it's like rank 2 polymorphism. So they don't have like rank N polymorphism fully, right? That's what they call it in the Haskell. Rank 2 types is what allows you to have like this. That's basically the same thing that they're showing us. And then there's the rank N. But they only have the 2. I don't know, I don't remember wanting to use that, although I didn't really write much Haskell, I guess. Rosin doesn't have it either, only rank 2 lifetimes, yeah. Rosin doesn't have it either. What is this useful for? I don't know. Anyway, so like this is the OCaml with some of its extensions, right? I'm trying to install it with Nix, which is difficult, I guess. Well, what about if I build the source for OCaml is available? Because OPAM doesn't work for me for some reason. Like there's no way no one in the OCaml world uses the Nix, right? The newly released OCaml is OCaml with extensions. How do I install that one? X. Hold on, give me a minute. Oh, hello, Nerdsoul. OCaml is far easier to write compilers in. I don't think I agree. I tried OCaml before. The original version of Cast was written in OCaml. The OCaml is a nice language, but I miss some of the things. I don't think it's easier. It's like it's easier if you're not familiar, like because OCaml is an easier language to learn basically than Rust. There are some. I don't know. Like in general, I think Rust is easier to write anything in, including compilers. But my Rust was compiling too slowly, so yeah. Am I actually rewriting Cast again? I mean, I was thinking about rewriting it anyway. Yes, why not? Like we rewrite it, like just you know, it's like it's not going to take that long again, right? Because I know what I'm doing this time, right? It's like redoing it, reviewing what I've done, and maybe like improving some things at the same time. Just use C. No. I'm thinking of cases where you don't care about the original compiler first. You just want to bootstrap. Yeah, but like, I mean, but I don't think that I want to bootstrap. I mean, you mean you don't care about the original compiler itself? You want to bootstrap? What does it mean? Hold on. The original compiler is the bootstrap compiler, right? Or what? Like, I'm not sure what you're saying, though. You're saying if we don't care about the quality of the compiler, we just want to make it, we don't want to prototype it quickly, so we use OCaml instead because it's easier to write. But like by the same logic, you can say that we should use Go or like a JavaScript instead. I don't like. I think the Bootstrap compiler is still. I mean, it depends on the language, I guess. But for Cast, the one that I want to be bootstrapped, like, is still a complex language. Once Cast written in Cast, yeah, but like it's not going to written in Cast. Like Cast is written in Cast. It's not going to happen very soon, I think. Like that's a lot of work to be able to. Like it requires not just the language. It requires also like the language server, I guess, right? I mean, I guess it's about like the language and the language server, right? So I never looked into the language server, how to do that yet. Okay, use OPamNix, easiest for OCaml projects. Let's use OPamNix, fine. How do you use it? From OPam and Dune project files. So I need the OPam project file, right? What does it even mean? How do you do? ADTs and party matchings and generics are nice though, so you wouldn't go JS as a counter argument. But you can do like basically, like you do TypeScript, and the ADTs is basically like you do ADT through the tag field, right? OPamNix. So I can like have an OPam project. How do I like do the OPam project? OPam init bear. Okay, we do this. Okay, let's install OCaml. Again, we do this. OCaml init where. No, wait, what? This is initializing like my home. I don't want my home to be initialized. No, 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 no. Create the .opam file. Depends. Oh, there you go. Wait, no, no. OPAM has a switch. Can I not specify a switch inside the OPAM file? So that it knows where these dependencies are coming from? Because I'm using a custom switch for the OCaml, right? It actually gave me the instructions. Where? I mean, this is setting up the normal OCaml. This is not OCaml. I know how to install the normal OCaml. Where's the instructions? I don't see them. I'm blind. OPAM pin. If OCaml isn't the public OPAM repo, you can pin it manually. OPAM pin. What's pin? Okay, hold on. Example. Give me an example. Building a package. OPAM repository. From a custom GitHub repository. Build an OPAM project not in the repo. Using the same defaults. OPAM to JSON. I don't understand this. This is too difficult. All right, you know what? We can try in the normal OCaml. Maybe because this thing is new. This literally came out like a week ago, right? Maybe someone will try using Nix and I will switch to it later. Like maybe that's fine. I just do the normal OCaml for now. I don't know. It's weird. So what do I need? OCaml packages. How do you add? Hold on, Nix concatenate lists. Plus plus. Why does it not work then? Probably because I need the parentheses then. Yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Never mind. It's because I'm missing the semicolon here. Nope. Okay, fine. Let OCaml packages is this. And OCaml packages. Other packages is with packages. That. Yeah, I'm just going to like split them basically. No, something is wrong. There we go. So we have OCaml packages and other packages. I don't know why I couldn't do that inline. Okay, so we have OCaml packages. I want to install OCaml itself. OCaml LSP. What else? What do we install in general? Next OCaml. I'll install what this guy installed. Dune 3, find lib utop. ODoc. OCaml LSP. And OCaml format. And OCaml format is like outside packages. OCaml format? Wait, what? Where's the OCaml format? It's not there. OCaml format. Lib. OCaml packages dot OCaml format. I mean, it's there. That's not auto-completing for me though. It says OCaml format is not existing. This is unstable. OCaml packages dot OCaml format with lowercase like this. Undefined. No, yeah, that's fine. Okay, there we go. We download OCaml 5.3. All right. No idea how to install OCaml on Nix using just OCaml for now. Yeah, 200 megabytes. JS of OCaml compiler is embedded in the OCaml. Stream title. Sure, I can change it OCaml instead of OxCaml. Lambda term. Can you download faster? All right. Okay, we have OCaml, we have Dune, right? We have everything. Okay, now, how do I initialize the project? How do I initialize the project? I remember Dune being the annoying part of the OCaml, actually. So this is me just, okay, install OCaml. See if I haven't installed it. How do I initialize the project? I don't know. Let's just ask ChatGPT. You're finding Dune to be very pleasant to use? I find the fact that you need to run Dune for your language server to work is just like bad. Like why can the language server not run Dune for me? And then if I run the Dune and then I want to actually like the language server and actually building and running the project at the same time is not possible or something. I don't remember the details. We'll see. Maybe I just did it wrong. Maybe you'll tell me how to do it correctly. How to initialize an OCaml project. With Dune. Dune init exe my project. Dune init exe cast. All right. So we have the Dune file. Spawning language server with OCaml LSP failed. OCaml LSP. It's there. Don't fail. We can do this maybe. Soon. Do spawn LSP info. Active client, OCaml LSP. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we have build. Executable name cast. Is that all? There's like, oh, no, there is also like the cast ML, all right. How do I run? Dune run? Dune build, Dune exec. This gives you my project, Dune project bin main. This is not what it did. There is no bin here. Dune build. You cannot. I cannot find a project in the current workspace root. Dune init project name. But I didn't init project name. Stupid. You literally generated this thing for me. ChatGPT is wrong. Well, I mean, isn't Dune also wrong? Because it literally tells me to do what I literally just did. Oh, I didn't need the exe, but I need to init the project. Okay. Okay, fine. Dune init project cast. Okay. Why does it do it in the folder cast? Like, shouldn't it be, shouldn't all of this be in the top level? Do I keep it like this, or do I move this all to the top level? Because it's weird that the Dune project is inside the subfolder here. No. Dune init project name path cast dot like this. Dune build Dune. What else can I do? Dune exec name. Dune exec hello world. All right, beautiful. The underscore build needs to be ignored, right? Anything else? Bin Dune lib Dune test Dune. You'd ignore cast OPAM. So this does initialize the OPAM. All right. Can I in this one? Let's just let me see. Like, can I say that in the OPAM, I want to depend on the OCaml from the OCaml? No, there's no way. Like, I don't see the repository here. Dev repo, username repo name. Should I look at this? Should I change this? This file is generated by Dune, edit Dune project instead. Is this supposed to, like, is this file, is this is generated, is this even used by something? Do I need this file? Do I ignore it? Do I delete it? Because this is generated from that, where I can say authors, right? Like OCaml. OCaml. Maintainer. License. What's license? IT, like, for example, right? Documentation. I mean, these are probably optional ones anyway, right? Fields, GitHub, cast length, like that. Name cast, synopsis, a programming language, description, the programming language. Depends OCaml. Add topics to describe your project. Dune OCaml lock-in dependencies. I'm trying to build my repo with OCaml. This used to work earlier, but then I recreated the switches and now it doesn't work. Running Dune in verbose mode, I see that I'm not using the OCaml OPAM repo. Unlike OPAM, which does. Adding the repos to Dune workspace does the trick. Okay, so you just do the Dune workspace or something. Okay, let's just not worry about this. I feel like I did an hour already, and I didn't even start writing. So let's just don't not worry about that. The complete stanza over there. Do I check the? Do I add the OPAM file generated by Dune to Git? I don't know, feels weird to include a generated file here. Okay, anyway. Let's say that this is hello OCaml. Alright. Now, so we have the binary, the library, and the test, right? So I think Dune project, name cast. Oh, generate OPAM files. True. I can just remove this, right? There we go. And then I remove the cast OPAM actually. I think. Right? I don't think I need it. Let's make it minimal. Let's actually remove all of the things. I think like nothing here is needed, right? What's depends? Eggs, like I'm pretty sure this is not needed. And close parentheses. I want to close it like this. Am I weird? Is there a formatter for the Dune files? Is there a formatter for this? Like I have the language server attached to this already, right? I cannot hover on anything though. Do I have any auto-completion? I don't have any auto-completion. I just want it to be minimal for now. All right. So we have this. So over here, I'm not specifying the fact that I have the bin, lib, and test. So this is all purely by convention. The bin, lib, and test. It's looking at these folders by convention. Is that so? So this is a test. This is a library. And this is the executable. Public name, libraries. This depends on the library cast. And shouldn't the test also depend on the library? Why is there no depends here? Let's try adding something to the library. Cast ML. Is that how I do it? Well. Hello. String is world. That's how I do it? No. Value declarations are only allowed in signatures. It should be a let. Okay. Can I hover? I can hover. Alright. Okay, good. So if I do in a test, can I open cast here? Cannot. Can I do it here? Cast dot hello. Print endline dot hello. Unbound value cast hello. If I go to the definition of cast, no definition, no LSP definition found. You are telling me that you are having... Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe... Hold on. So for the language server to work properly, we need to something like do build watch, right? Is that correct? And then I can do this. Then I have the actual auto-completion. Yeah, like, isn't that weird that for my language server to work, I need to watch and build in the background? Otherwise, it's showing me the errors that don't exist. So I can do this, and then in order to run, I need to stop the building, and then I need to do an exec, right? Is there a better way of doing this? This is annoying. Immediately. Tell me there's a better way. Or I mean, if I build in the background, then I just do like a new terminal where I actually like, because it's already built and I can run the executable directly. Is that the idea? Like, it still is annoying. Okay. Test cast. So like this doesn't depend on the cast, right? The generated folder. So I need to make the dependency, which would be libraries cast. Can I do that? Oh, wait, hold on. This one is formatted, actually. This Dune file is formatted automatically for me. Look at this. I have the formatter for the Dune file. Okay. What about this one? But not for the Dune Pro. Oh, wait, no. For this one, too. There you go. Can I change the way it's formatting? Maybe. Test cast dot hello. Yeah, so like now I added the dependency. All right, good. Append libraries cast to executable. What do you mean, like through the... Can I do that on the command line? Append? That's not a thing. I just did it already. Yeah, I guess. It's not the executable, it's the test, right? Okay, so how do I structure this? Let's think about that a little bit. So like maybe like part of the rewrite, I should actually split the things into the modules more properly instead of having a single like huge module, because a crate in Rust is basically the module in OCaml, and I had the huge thing, right? You're using a regular executable for test? I don't know, what's the difference? No idea. So like so the thing is we have the compiler, we have the interpreter, right? So the compiler needs to be able to invoke compile time evaluation, which means that the compiler depends on the interpreter, right? At the same time, interpreter is supposed to run on the output of the compiler. So like interpreter kind of depends, but not on the compiler itself, but on its output only. So there is the output of the compiler, which we can call the intermediate representation, right? Which it depends on, so that, and then the interpreter depends on that too, right? Something like this. And then we also have like the parser somewhere, right? Because the compiler, what does it compile? It compiles the AST, right? So we have the AST. That's what the compiler is working with. The AST is being produced by the parser. Like that, right? So the compiler itself directly doesn't really depend on the parser, only on the output of the parser. So we can do it like this. The parser needs the lexer, I guess. Anything else? And then maybe like compiler interpreter could be split into further modules. Something, because I feel like just this is still going to be the huge compiler. Please save this image in the repo. Sure. Overview.png. Maybe we'll add something to it later. But I think like this is the structure of the modules. But obviously because I'm just starting the thing from scratch here, right? We are going to implement maybe like just the parser first, like always, right? Because yeah, we'll start with that. And then also, by the way, in the end, like the actual cast itself is like going to like bring all of the things together. So the cast will be able to have the interpreter inside, the compiler inside, and the parser, right? So like this is like the final product, which contains all the things. Are going to have quantifiers now? Yeah, maybe we can improve and have quantifiers to like improve the AST, the parser that I had before. Let's do that. All right, you know what? We're just going to switch though to the VS Code. OCaml platform is using the package manager and sandbox available in the environment. Pick a particular package manager and sandbox by clicking the button below. No, I want the one from the environment, yes. Okay. Do I have the formatter here? I do. Okay. And then we just run in the background the Dune build watch. Okay. And then we have the other terminal. So how do I run the binary? In the underscore build? Install, maybe? Default? Then? Cast? Is this my binary? There we go. So like this is how I actually run it. Dune exec, but I think I cannot Dune exec here. Is the thing. That's the problem with Dune, because it's already running. Dune exec cast. An instance has locked the build directory. This is the annoying part of it. I need to stop the building and like then remember to continue it. Right? Do you, or does it work for you? Are you saying that I did my environment wrong somehow, and this is supposed to work? You manually build Dune between changes to the modules, but then you don't have, like, the language server, as far as I understand, needs the output from the Dune build, so you must do it with the watch. Otherwise, your language server is going to be, showing you, like, fake errors, like it did before I ran the build. I couldn't autocomplete or something. Like, it was autocompleting, but not fully something. It was weird. Cast, okay, so yeah, this works in the VS Code too. Nice. The error was just because the cast lib was not built. Do I need Dune build watch for proper OCaml LSP. Yes. Why? Because the OCaml language server hooks into the Dune build system to understand the types module path completion unit and all the weird black magic. Like, that's how you are supposed to run it, I'm pretty sure. Or switch to Rust and let Rust Analyzer make this stuff for you. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. So let's start. Can I have an OCaml project inside of a project? That's another thing, right? So this is the library, and the library is, I want this to consist. So like this is the top level cast module, right? And inside of here, I want to have like AST, right? Let's define what an AST is, right? Because nothing here depends on the AST, for example, or the Lexer, like one of these, the two. Let's do the Lexer actually first. So Lexer, does it need to be its own like library, or do I just make the module? Like I can obviously just, or we can just do it flat, like lexer.ml. Do you just do it flat always? Or can I have folders inside? Like I know that in like one of the annoying parts in the OCaml is that I cannot split a module into the files. So I will need to have like little long modules. Or try to make them not have the cyclic dependencies. Lexer. Let's have this lexer.mli. The interface. What's the interface? What's the interface? So I want to have like the I want to have a type Lexer. Do I want to have a type Lexer, which contains its like internal state, for example? And then I want to have function initialize the Lexer is going to be the source into the Lexer, right? How do I do this in OCaml again? It's not the colon that I should do. No, this is correct. But why does my format, like, it's not formatting? Oh, I'm not formatting at all. Okay, I don't have the formatter installed. How do I make my formatter in OCaml work? Did it work in the Vim? It doesn't work in the Vim either. Okay, what do I need to install to have the formatter? OCaml. Do you use the formatter, Nigel? Like you should, right? I already installed it. OCaml format, right? It's there. Why is it not being used? How to set up my VS Code to format, to auto format OCaml. We have the extension formatting with OCaml platform. I have it installed. Add .ocaml format. Put some sane defaults. Or Jane Street. Okay. OCaml format. Help. Is this documented anywhere? Rust is a gateway drug to C++ and OCaml. Prove me wrong. I already moved from OCaml to Rust before. I'm not sure if this time I'm going to quit OCaml or not, because I quitted Rust this time. But I only just started to do the rewrite though. But Rust is not the gateway drug to C++ for sure. I think I don't know. No sane person is going to go to C++. C++ is just no. It's just a no. C++ is gateway drug to Rust. I don't know if it is. Okay, like it works now. Okay, so it's just like an empty OCaml format is already allowing me to format. Okay, let's just keep it like that then. Okay, so this is my interface. What is it going to be, right? We have the initializing the lexer, which you give it the source. We have the lexer. Then I want to have something like, you know, next token, right? Which is having the lexer. It's going to give me the token, right? Where we have some token. And we also want to be able to pick lexer token, right? Also, these are probably optional, so we do token option like that. Although I think when I do next, it should like consume it. So this one should never say option. This will panic instead. We'll use panicking here, it's fine. These exceptions. So we should pick before calling next always. We can have some other like helper functions like expect a specific token like string, right? Next expect next, like this. I agree, sometimes people prefer something simpler than C++ because it's a very complex language. Maybe Haskell or Lisp might be comparable in terms of learning curves. Why would you use C++ instead of Rust though? Why are you saying that C++ that Rust is a gateway drug to C++? What's there in C++ that's not present in Rust? Like I see absolutely no reason to use C++. There is like, I mean, technically the templates can do more stuff than the Rust generics, because templates are also a way of like, but it's because the generics are not the alternatives of the templates. The generics are alternatives of the part of the templates, and the other part of the templates is covered by the procedural macros. So which are more powerful than C++ templates, because you can literally run any code. You can connect to the database from inside a procedural macro, which you cannot do from the C++ templates. So if you want to run some magic at compile time, like connecting to the database, you can do that in Rust, but you cannot do that in C++. You need some external tool for that. You're not going to Lexer, token Lexer? You think I should do that? I was thinking that maybe this should be the like the interior mutability stuff. Should it not? Do I actually do it the proper functional programming style? Fine. Up to you. I don't know. Fine. Pick. Expect next. Fine. We can do that. Is there like a I wish there was a shorthand like syntax for that. Like in Rust we have the mutable reference for this kind of stuff. Sure. Is this enough? This might be enough for the Lexer. I want to maybe put the tokens and the source in a separate like place. Let's have another module, which is going to be called tokens. Token. So the token, I'm going to open token, and inside of the token, I have a type token is okay. How do I do that? Was the interface. How do I actually define the thing? Should I have like the interfaces for do you do interfaces for everything? Like the token is just defining what a token is, I think. I'm going to make like a lot of small modules, I feel like. Just for like to for the future. Source. I don't know, maybe not the token, maybe like I will need some things. Will I write my own Lexer by hand? Yes, I will. I will not use any libraries. I'll do everything from scratch. You sure OCaml has something that generates the MLI? Let's see. How do you define OCaml overview? The core language. Data types. I forgot. Yeah, you just do that. But you can and then you can do this. Int. Okay, yeah, fine, sure. Okay, but the token is obviously not that. We are going to have a punctuation. String. You do off string. That's how you do it? Yeah. Punctuation, identifier. Something like this. I kind of want maybe always have the named fields though. Okay, and then also I remember that in OCaml, the way type inference works is it's looking for the closest like type constructor with a specific name, which is why like what's the normal convention? You do like T punctuation so that it's token. That makes it like unique in case I have a punctuation somewhere else. Like, is that the convention that that's how people use it? Okay. You want the second one to be like lowercase? You're still yet to write any constructor conflicts because it's usually always inferred. No, I remember like we had the version of this written before. I remember I do have like, for example, we had expression. We had expression, which is expression binding. I had a value which is binding, and I had the type which is binding, right? So like I have all of these different things. So I would disambiguate by having E, V, and T binding here, right? But should it be like the full type name then? Shouldn't it be like type binding then, instead of just T? Like, this is the annoying part of OCaml, I think, too. But okay. Can it be T or T? Like, why do you just limit yourself to one character though? Wouldn't it be even less this ambiguity if you spell out the entire thing, just token, punctuation? But it's annoying at that point, right? Okay, maybe we'll do that. Like, I will be able to rename things, right? Maybe we do it once I actually hit it. Okay. Maybe I do it once we actually hit it. Punctuation identifier. Was there something else? Just look at the current source code. I don't remember if I had any other tokens, actually. Probably not. Oh, there's like strings, right? Strings and numbers and comments, and then the file. But basically just in identifiers and punctuations, right? String. Punctuation tok. Sometimes you add it as a suffix, sometimes prefix, depends on the name. Interesting. Like, so you're saying that there is no generally accepted convention that people use, right? Everyone uses their own way of naming things. Also, the set part of OCaml, there is multiple conventions and runtimes for OCaml. Yeah, I was literally trying to install the OCaml instead of OCaml, because that's the new stuff. But I couldn't figure it out. Just use Haskell conventions in OCaml. Alright. Okay, this is the button swish implementation interface. This token MLI. Okay. Yeah, and then I can save it. Yeah, I can generate it for me basically automatically. Don't save. Yeah, maybe I don't care about. We'll see. Okay, so here's my token. I need to specify the source. The source also is going to be not in the lexer, but in some other place. Source. So type source is we have a contents string. I have file name. Is it string? Is it semicolon here? Semicolon. My suggestion as a OCaml noob is to not care about it, and when it's the problem, the constructor using isolation, just annotate explicitly. That's how I was doing it, and I thought it was annoying. Open source. Okay, I think we can start doing the relaxing here. All right. Type lexer is Source. Error, syntax error. Where is the syntax error? Oh, because that, of course. The implementation does not match. The value in it is recorded but not provided. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Can I automatically like, since I have the interface, can it automatically generate the things for me that I'm missing here? You know, can it not? Which module names and identifier open? I think it cannot, right? To have initialize. Doesn't seem the LSP has the feature, yeah. Initializer is initialize source is source. Okay, source into Lexer, yes, right. Okay. Then we have next Lexer is underscore. No, this typed hole must be replaced. Wait, why is it saying syntax wildcard? Is that not how you do it? Is there like a to do? I thought underscore is the to do. Is it not? What's the alternative of a to do? How do I it's a typed hole. Like, can this only be used in the types? Use fail with? Sure, we can do fail with to do. Peak Lexer is fail with to do. What else? Expect next. Next Lexer. S is okay. Let's start with this. If these are, by the way, why is the type here A into B? It's not A into B. Can it not like get the types from the interface? Is it stupid? The type should still be the one that I have specified here, right? But it's just A into B. Okay, I am going to match peak Lexer with, is it a with? I think it's a with. Some token. Do we use the normal arrow? I don't remember. Fail with to do. None. Fail with to do. Okay. Unused variable token. Error, unused variable token. Wait, oh, okay. Can I make the unused variables not errors? Why is it saying error warning? Warning and error is a different thing, right? Just prepend underscore. Yeah, but like later I will want to have it be not the underscore. I need to actually allow warnings, I think. To be warnings and not errors. The one thing to note is that OCaml has end to let the group mutually dependent. Yeah. I think for the Lexer it doesn't matter though. For the Lexer, I don't need recursive things here. But yeah, I remember that. It's also annoying. But it's fine. It's fine. At least it's not going to compile for 60 seconds like Rust, right? It's going to compile instantly. Right? Right? Can I say over here some S? No. That's shadowing the variable, right? Is shadowing allowed in OCaml? I don't remember. Fail with S. All right. Okay, if I have token, can I have like a guard if here? How do we do this? Like when maybe? Token is equal to S. Is that correct? This pattern matching is not exhaustive. Yeah, because this is how you guard, right? Okay, I remember correctly. But I mean, I just don't want to do that anyway. I'll say if. Okay, so tokens are tokens. This is like why don't I have the auto completion? Okay, so does that mean that I need to like copy paste the types in the ML and not only in the like how do I do this? Annoying. The OCaml doesn't come out with LLVM. The problem is not the LLVM though, it's the type checking that was long for me in Rust. The LLVM was the fastest part of my compilation. It's just like I write code in a way which makes have use of like generic types or something. Okay, like can I make the language server actually get the types? The OCaml LSB doesn't infer the types, even though I manually typed the thing in the MLI. Good. No type inference in ML from MLI. And you're expecting your LSB to hover and say this. But it says nothing, or worse, this. Yes. Why? OCaml compiles independently of the MLI when the type inference happens in the editor. LSP doesn't treat MLI to tell ML what the types are. It infers the types from ML alone, unless you explicitly annotate the definition. Fix it. To get proper LSP type hovers, you need to put the type annotation in the ML too. Yes, duplicate it. Annoying. How do I do colon? Colon Lexer. Is that how I do it? And then the source is source. Like this, right? That's how I do it? Okay, let's annotate everything. Fine. And then there's like also the different, like, can I have like the same signature though, at least? Like, I understand this, but can I have it written in this way? I can't have it written in this way if I don't do that. If I instead say, so initialize is this function. This is a function source into Lexer, right? Which is fun source into source. That's how you do it, right? Next, copy paste is fun Lexer. There you go. Peak fun. Lexer string Lexer. It's fun. Lexer S. All right. I guess I like this more then. Okay, fine. Lexer S. If this is a token. So now the token is of type token, right? Now we know it. Now we know it. Because peak returns a token option. Nice. So the token I need to be able to have like the raw value here, right? Or at least like equals or something. How do I call this function? I want to have like a function, some name, which is a token, a string boolean, right? Maybe it's like string token boolean, actually, which will be function s into function. Can I have the language server autocomplete all of the variants for me? Pattern matching is non-exhaustive. Can I have feel the things? No? If you do more bottom to top development, you'll have fewer of these problems because things will be already inferred from usage. Using the language. I don't know if it is the language. Like I only started and I'm complaining about it every second. Like how do I cannot have the language server doesn't have like any feature basically. Punctuation. Like I have a feeling that maybe like let raw token into string. Like should the end of file have like this string basically? Or should it not? And if I have some other field, you're going to say something to me, right? Fine, we'll do option. The following labels are not bound. Yeah, so I need to do dot underscore everywhere, right? By the way, you can run Dune build watch with Dune config global lock is disabled to be able to Dune exec in a different terminal. Is that not going to lead to any problems? We can call it is raw. Expected raw and token into. I'm going to. So can I just say some expected token is equals to raw token? We cannot, because equality tests for physical equality of E1 and E2 on mutable types such as references, arrays, byte sequences, records. On non-mutable, the behavior is implementation dependent. However, it is guaranteed that E1 equals E2 implies compare E1, E2, 0. Equal. Equal, I think equal is also not correct. Test for structural equality. Mutual structs are equal if and only if their contents are structurally equal. Oh yeah, okay. Equality between cyclic may not terminate. Left associative operator. Yeah, OCaml operators. Is that how I should do it though? I mean, if this is just an optional string, it should be fine, right? So some token. This I will call it expected raw. So over here, I say if token is raw, expected token, then skip in the lexer. Else fail with. Okay, so do we have a string interpolation? I don't think, I don't remember having string interpolation in OCaml, right? No. We have sprintf, which is annoying with percentages. We have ppx interpolation. You love pain. I mean, this doesn't look too bad, actually. But this requires a ppx pipeline, configuring Dune to use it. So ppx is just a preprocessor. If you go this route, congratulations, you're now maintaining a compile time macro system for basic string formatting. Is this like actually bad though? Printf? I don't like printf. I mean, sure. But I mean, at the same time, I can just do the plus plus or something, right? Like expected raw. Or is it not plus plus? Is it just plus for strings? What's the operator? Caret. There we go. Expected raw. Got token show token like this. Show in string function. Like that. Okay. Skip lexer mm -hmm. Right? If it's none, Well, I mean, hold on. So yeah, now this is not optional then. This always will be token because we just have the end of file. This is not optional. Never mind. We just say let token be peak lexer in this, right? Yeah, this is not optional because we have the end of file token instead. This is an alias for module cast token, which is missing. Is it missing? Why is it missing? Why is it missing? It's not missing. Don't lie to me. It's not missing, it's built. This is successfully built. There's no errors here. Where's the beginning of the errors? The 4 errors that I have are these. In the Lexer ML. Right? The Lexer MLI doesn't even have the errors. Or is it like just not even trying to do this one because the ML file is not successfully. Record source is never read. Is that an actual error? It is. Can I make warnings be warnings and not errors, please? Disable warnings and errors in Dune. If you're using Dune, you better be. It's probably injected this garbage. Turn all warnings into errors. Why? Flags. Warn error W. Okay. Where do I use it? In every, like over here in the library. Now it's a warning. Nice. But like, do I need to put this into every library, or can I put it in like for all the libraries? I spent the entire stream doing that last time. No, I remember that there's this, but can like this needs to be put into every Dune project basically, right? Because I hate warnings being errors. I mean, some of the warnings are supposed to be errors, right? Like, can I have some common configuration for my Dune stuff somewhere? Can I? Can I have it specified in one place instead of every Dune file? Yes, thank the gods. You don't have to repeat this in every Dune file. The Dune project. You can declare global settings once. And the top level Dune project as this. Okay. So remove that. This is going to result in the error again. And then we do the Dune project. And we do this. Item expected. Okay. Scene profile A. Item of the form nnn.nnn. nnn.nnn. It's literally nnn.nnn. What are we complaining about? Alright. It lied to me. Dune global setting for warnings in Dune project. The env stanza. Env dev. Okay, that works. Okay, and then the warnings, of course, they have numbers. Wait, unknown field env. Warnings, they also have numbers instead of like having names, of course, because that makes sense, of course. Unknown field env. Anyone who knows OCaml? Camel? Disable make all warnings errors. Yeah, I've been here before. Yeah, this thing. Right? But then it says, because it's supposed to be Dune workspace. Is Dune workspace something different than Dune project? I guess it is. Invalid first line, expected lang. Okay. There you go. We have warnings. Dune workspace. I don't know what it is. Sure, this seems to work. Okay, I think one of the warnings that I want to be errors, though, I'm pretty sure that it is it's going to be a warning, is the exhaustive checking. If I comment this out, this is going to be a warning. This warning 8 is not exhaustive. I need this to be error. So to turn a specific error into warning, we do +8. I don't remember. Where is this documented? Link to the docs. No, this is not the docs. How to make warnings non-fatal. You can change these flags used by the dev profile, but adding the following stands to the Dune file. Specific ones into error. -27, -32. No, I want all of them by default to be warnings. But I guess maybe like this. Yes. Now this is non-exhaustive. Nice. I remembered now. Okay, good. That's what I want. The non-exhaustive should be an error. And then we have the warnings. Good. Unused variables. That's fine. Token. Okay, I should also have this spans. Span is start, position, end, position, file name, string. End is a keyword. Finish. Type position is index line column. All right. No. We make everything its own module. New file. Position. Should it be then called position T instead of position? Not sure. No, or is this too much modules now? Beginning. Index 0. Line. I don't remember what I needed the indexes for. Maybe I don't need it. But we'll keep it. Line 1. Needs equals here. ML stands for? I don't know. Machine language, maybe. Meta language, I think. ML. Much love. Machine learning. I think it's meta language. Meta language, yes. OCaml FMT, ignoring this, there is a syntax error. Sure, there is no longer a syntax error. I'm writing OCaml. That's OCaml. Here. Okay, Lexer. Lexer has a current position. Dagger. Hello. Metal language. Okay, when I initialize, my position is going to be position beginning equals. ML means OCaml file. I guess it's both OCaml and other ML. Like, I guess no one actually writes the classic ML anymore, right? So it's only the OCaml that's using it now, I guess. I don't know, really. But yeah, for me, ML means OCaml. Skip.
Hello, Harry.
Hello, Harry. I need a different thing. I need first to have a reader. Can I not have like a thing with no fields? Reader. Let me think here. I need a relaxer unit. I mean, you just say unit here, and it's a is it a type alias though, or a new type? If I have type writer is unit, and then I have let x writer is this reader. This works, but this is not supposed to work, right? Wait, hold on. Does it work for my other things then? I guess it doesn't, right? Type if I wait a second. Hey, A. A. No, but yeah, for these ones, it's actually a new type. It's not anonymous. Let's see here. I have Lexer. And to do this here, can I have like the no, never mind. I was thinking of like configuring the formatter, maybe some other time. Next. Pick Lexer. Well, I need to, since I need to be picking basically to be able to pick here. I need to have picked token option. And like speaking about this, like the API is actually going to be different because it's supposed to be not just a token. Token is just a token, but I need to have a spend token. A spend is span and the value of A. Like I need this. So the Lexer is actually supposed to give me the spend tokens. So I picked the optional spend token like this. Picked is none. Skip. So I will have like internal function, like ensure picked. I mean, I guess I just do pick here. So if I call pick, no, pick is not changing my internal state, right? Yeah, that's it. That's yeah. That's another thing that trips me when using OCaml. You instantly type this. Yeah, I mean the star is also weird. Like I would like this to be just a comma here. For tuples. I mean, in this case, it's a semicolon. So maybe a semicolon should be used here too for tuples. I mean, tuples have commas and structures have semicolons. Like, why is there a difference? Yo, T2SDE, hello, hello. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? I just started writing the project from scratch. I rage quitted Rust. I might go back to it, but we'll see. Just for fun, we're going to try to rewrite the project that I was working on, the cast, which is the programming language in OCaml, which it was written originally in, actually. So it's going back to the roots. What were you working on? The star at least makes sense because it's a product type. Yeah, I mean it makes sense from from the math point of view. The star, a product type, is the tuple basically. But I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I'm not writing math here, right? I'm writing a program. These are OCaml files. Yes, I'm rewriting in the thing into OCaml. It was written previously in Rust. Here is the programming language that I'm making. I don't know what would I show here as a good example, but I guess just hello world works like this. Okay, I'm starting to write from scratch here, and I'm writing everything from scratch. I'm not using any libraries. So I'm making the lexer myself here. That's what I'm starting with, lexer, and we're going to parse the AST. And speaking about the parsing the AST, I guess, if that's what I'm going to work on, the AST of the language is extensible, so you have extensible syntax, where you can define your own custom syntax in the language. You can use parser combinators if you want. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm okay with doing it from scratch. I just need to remind myself how to write OCaml a little bit. Video has also been writing his own language in Lua. Yeah, I know that. Is there much progress on it? Skip. Fun lecture. Okay, so this means that... But it means that peak will potentially do more work. I kind of want to use mutability here. Am I weird for that? Am I weird for wanting to have the mutability? No? Like, I want this to just return the spend token and mutate the lexer. So I will have all of these things to be mutable. Except for the source. The source is not mutable. So this will peak the lexer. You consider this time not having extensible syntax and just having reusable defaults? No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, no. I mean, just writing the parser that is generic. Like, like one thing that I can consider is not exposing the extensibility to the user of the language, right? That may be. But in order to implement the parser, implement it in like such an extensible way, I think is nice. I'll go to try build a Game Boy emulator instead of gaming. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Good luck. Pick lexer. So I say underscore is equal. No, not equal. How do I like ignore? Ignore. ignore picking the lexer. This makes sure that this one is picked. And then semicolon. And then lexer dot picked is done. And then skip is returning unit. Right? Like this. Okay. Next. Token spend. I mean, we can just implement skip in the form of ignoring the next. Ignore next in the lexer. Right? So the next one is just going to be result is option get. Like result is peak lexer. I return the result. Peak also should be spent, by the way. And then we say lexer peaked is none. Like this. Okay. If token is raw, token value, then skip lexer. Step unit. Oh yeah. This expect next is now just going to return unit 2. I'll just use the unit build here. I think that's fine. Token show. Token value. This doesn't tell me where. This doesn't tell me where. Like I want to be able, so I have this thing that is spent, right? So I have this spent type, and I want to be able to show it, right? So how do we do this? This is where the OCaml becomes annoying, right? So if I have the show spend function, right? This is supposed to work for all spend things, which but we need to be able to know how to show this, right? So which means that I need to provide the implementation of the show here explicitly, right? So the showing of A is going to be, so I will return the string. Is that what I do? Yeah, I guess. So the actual implementation of show of A is A into string, right? So how to show A, then we know how to show the A spend, right? Show A spend. So I say show A spend value and at spend show spend. right? Oh, this is the span. Can I have some like module span? Yes, yes, yes. Type T. That's how you do it. Remove this here. Span is span T. Wait, but I'm already inside the module span. So span has a span. This is span.span now. Okay, maybe so then I have the not the span. You know what? How about let's do this. This is a little bit weird for me, at least. We can have all the modules combined in a single file, right? Oh, I can do that. Yes. Let's call this file like. Let's do it a util for now, for example. Like, what if I move the spans here, the positions there? You know, I have a module position. Which has type T, like this, and then I just say, is this like a normal way to do this in OCaml? So and then I just have the alias position, which is position T. Is this normal, or am I being weird with the way I'm trying to write code here? So for every type, I define a module. Is that weird? So I don't really open the position here. Yeah. It's just like I will have the module spanned though. Type T. So like this is the generic one, right? Like that. And this now requires the span show. Like this way, I basically so like span is both a module and a type. So for type we do span T, or like underscore, or like this with an alias, or we have like the associated methods, I guess, with the type, associated functions inside of this module, like that. Then. Like I'm pretty sure. So like we have, for example, like span is like an optional T, for example, right? So I can have type X is a string option, right? So which means that the option is just an alias for the option.t, right? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. If I can I go to the definition of the option? Oh, wait, hold on. They say AT is a option. Is that normal syntax? So you can have like two aliases for the same type. Is that what it means? Okay, so type AT is a spanned. That doesn't work. Why does it work for the OCaml source? standard library, but doesn't work for me. This variant or record definition doesn't match that of type unbound type constructor. Am I writing a different OCaml than the standard library? Huh? Am I stupid? I can have the alias like this though. Because like I don't like using the T here. Like I would like to actually type it out. Right? Like over here. Oh, it's because it's a signature. Maybe you can do that in a signature, but not in a module? Maybe. Maybe that's the thing. Okay, so span. Show. Span into string. Is span function start finish file name, right? Into, so we just say file name colon start, this will be position show start colon position show finish. And then inside the position, we also have the function show, which takes position and returns a string function. Index, we ignore that. Line. By the way, what happens if I just say line and colon here? So I just want so int dot to, they call it toString, right? Int toString line colon int toString line and column, like this. The full labels are not bound. And this is supposed to be an error, right? This is a warning 9. I feel like this should be an error. Eight and 9. Yes, I want that to be an error. Sure. Okay, so I just say index underscore. What? Unused variable index? Oh, I need to do an equals underscore. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And then this should be dot dot or something like this maybe. That's how I was showing it before. Or this spans maybe with spaces. Okay, nice. Now the Lexer just opens the util, maybe. You could use VS Code format for spans. It's line column. VS Code doesn't. No, no, span is like both start and end. Line and column is just a position. Span is like a selection. It's a range. I don't know if there is a thing like that. Like when you go to a file, like click in the terminal, I think it only can do line column. It doesn't like parse the spans. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a way to do it. Maybe there is. I don't know. Spend. I'm going to do type spend is spend dot spend. Wait, can I just do this? The type constructor, yeah, I guess. So I cannot like make the just import the constructor. I need to copy this stuff here. Fine. Yeah, so like if I want, I can move these modules into their own like actual files. They're just small for now. Token. Yeah, so I don't token show, right? I say spend open util. Right, so in this case I need to do spend.show the token, right? But spend show also requires the way for how do I actually show the token itself, which will be which should be like token show. Unbound value spend show. Yeah, because now I just call it spend show like this. Right? Yeah. And token show, yeah, we have token show, nice. So this will say expected this, got this, and it will tell me where. It will tell me where this token exists. That was unexpected. VS Code doesn't have it, shame. Does like do other editors have it? Maybe like Zed, Vim. Okay. Why do I have this error? This is an alias for module cast util, which is missing. But I have the Dune. The Dune is built successfully, right? It is successfully built. Is my language server stupid? I think I remember why I rage quitted OCaml now. Because like the language server is just showing me fake errors all the time like this. Am I doing OCaml wrong? Let's restart the language server. Now it's working. Why do I need to restart it? Because I deleted some modules probably, right? That's what happened. Classic. I mean, I do need to restart the Rust analyzer sometimes too, but that's like very rare, I feel. Okay, we'll it's fine, it's fine. We'll get used to it, right? Right? Haskell's LSP is like this for me. Yeah, I remember Haskell's LSP was even worse than OCaml's. I was considering doing the Haskell instead of OCaml, but I feel like if my goal is to try to have like the actual fast compile times, then Haskell is actually worse than Rust. Is that right? Real engineers don't use LSPs? Sure. Yeah. They do it raw. It's definitely the worse than Rust and OCaml. Yeah, like OCaml is supposedly like really fast to compile. Otherwise, I would not be suffering through this. Okay, so there is the peak, which is the to-do right now, right? So here's what we do. Here's what we do. I say match laxer peaked with some peaked. Then I just return the peaked. But if it's none, well, I mean, I guess no, hold on. I need to do this option get laxer peaked, because I need the peaked to be initialized here if I do it in the, like the mutable way. So then I just do if option is none laxer peaked, then I will do something here. And what will I do? This is where the actual peaking begins, right? So I need to skip white space. Right? Skip white space. Skip white space, and then I will pick the actual character, right? Can I have multiple lets? I just do another let in, or what? Or do I do end here? And pick char. Let after in. Let is an expression too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but we can also do end here, it seems. I mean, I don't really like need that. I don't know. Let's just do that. Fine. Picture. So then I basically, yeah, and pick character should be like optional character. So I'm going to match pick character. If it is none, then I return token dot and I return token dot and the file. Can I do this for qualified type constructor? Okay, so let token be this in something. So I need to figure out what the token is. I will save the beginning. Begin is laxer position. Type laxer bool. Oh my god. Why is it so difficult to move code around in this language? This expression, which one is this? You're showing like the entire file is red. This needs to be opened like here, right? This if then else expression has type unit. Yes. That's what I want it to be. Oh, do I need like this? No. Now there is a syntax error. Oh, I still have a syntax error. Can you go to like this place, please? There's no clicking functionality. Let begin is lecture position. Line 18, character 10. Syntax error. Can you give me a more precise syntax error? So like there is a syntax error in this line. Where is it? Why do I not see it? Why don't I see the syntax error here? Because begin is a keyword? Is that it? Begin is a keyword, stupid language. Where is begin used as a keyword? I guess I should pay attention to like this. But like so like this turns all of these into blue color, which is weird. It makes me think that all of these are keywords, but only this one is. Now they're all red. What is this syntax highlighting? Because begin end is a block like COBOL shit. Or Pascal. Instead of using this parenthesis, we could do just begin end, or what? Yeah, begin end is just like being auto-formatted into this thing for me. Into the empty tuple. Like over here, this is begin. And that is end. Do I need this semicolon though? Yeah, I do. Wait, but this needs to be here, right? But then it puts it over there. That is kind of annoying. Like, shouldn't this opening bracket be after the then and not like before the if? That's so weird. Why is it formatting it like this? So I need to figure out what the token actually is. We skip whitespace first. Let's maybe move to OCaml, the compile times. And also just... I don't know, just for fun. The compile times. Though was the reason I wanted to start the rewrite. I could keep the rewrite to be in Rust and like rewrite the code in a way which is more compile time friendly. You thought it was a meme language? What about Haskell? Do you think Haskell is a meme language too? Which one is used more? Which one is used more? OCaml or Haskell? Or are they both meme languages? Objectively, Haskell is used more than OCaml. But yes, they're both kind of meme languages. OCaml used more practically in compilers, static analysis tools, formal methods, Jane Street. Your life would be 1,000 times easier if you used Rust, though. All right. Um, we have start, we have the token, and then I have end. Or I guess end is also a keyword. We say what's like I don't want to call it finish, but that's what it is. The position, and then I return. So spend token is value is token, span is why do you need the in? Why don't they just do the semicolon here? Semicolon would make more sense. Are you using ChatGPT memories? What's memories? Spend. Span is a span. So span is a span where we have start, we have a finish, we have file name, right? Down, down, down. Why doesn't it autocomplete for me? Some records are undefined. File name, yes. Like why doesn't the language server is so bad? File name is Lexer source file name. Okay. And then I just say lexer.peaked is some spend. Can I inline this? Oh wait, destruct. We okay, we do have the destruct. This will like fill all of the matched, but like for this to work, I need to just have a value which is like, yeah, this is they have this in the language server, which like generates all the pattern, all the patterns that are needed for pattern matching. But I cannot like after changing a type and injecting a new type constructor to like fix the thing, to fill the missing ones after it already exists partially. I'll inline this here. Okay. So now we do the token. Pick character. We have a character. Okay, so the way that was working, I'm going to say if C is equal to this, then read string C. Else read string character into token into token.string. Can I do this? Maybe I can. OCaml stream, indeed. Hello, hello. Else, if C is equal to this and read string. Or C is that. Probably the best language switch ever. I don't know about that. We'll see. We'll see about that. Maybe I will like it more this time. But originally, I moved from OCaml to Rust for my forecast. So I did it the other way earlier. So token. Does OCaml, can OCaml treat the variant types as separate types? Or do I need to actually extract this? What did I move though? Well, I mean, I'm just starting here and the language server is horrible. There are like some other parts of the language that are horrible, in my opinion. I don't like the way like inference works sometimes. The language server is bad. Did I mention that yet? Can I treat variant type as standalone type in OCaml? I'm pretty sure I cannot. Yes? You can divide the variant type outside and then use it. What? What? String of string. You can tell me about OCaml either, you're sharp. What is this? ChatGPT personality? What's wrong? Yeah, and I can probably don't like if this is a module, I don't need to open it then. I feel like I don't need to open it then, you know? This should be called type T. And I have also type token is T here. And I don't need to open token. I don't open it. I don't open it. But the util is going to say that type token is token T. Can I do that? Oh, wait, hold on. Look at this. You said that there is no support for the range, but there is. Look at this. So like the OCaml is telling me file this, line that, characters this. And when I click on this, it actually selects the range. It actually selects the range. Although the OCaml is reporting this a little bit like weirdly. I guess the OCaml is using the 0. Like you see the selection is offset by 1 here. So the OCaml is reporting the characters in 0 indexes probably. So I can write it like this then. We can change the formatting later. token. Yeah, so string is not string. This is the string token. Wait a second. Can I make, though? Can I do this? You know, type string is this unit. Can I do that? Like I want a different string. This should be qualified. Can I fully qualify the standard string? Like I don't want to call this string token, right? Right? Maybe I can do string.t. Yes, that's what I can do. Wait, why is this string divided by 2? What does divided by 2 mean? What does this even mean? I don't know. Arity? What's arity? It's a little annoying, like that, but it's fine, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on. I know what I can do. Like, because this is all, like, sequential, basically, right? I can say, I can actually call this string token, right? But then in the end, I can say that type string is string token. That way I will actually, like, use it like this, but then outside I will say token.string, and it will refer to the string token, right? Yes, that makes sense. I will remove the interface files, maybe. Fine. For the lecture, it's fine. Input output error. It says the OCaml LSP. No such file or directory. Okay. It's literally every second I'm... Okay. Do I actually try to write the code without the LSP? Or do I just restart it? I need to like bind the restart language server of the OCaml to a key, like control R is not used for anything, right? I mean, it's opening recent files. I don't know, something. I can bind it to the mouse. I'm not using this mouse button. I can bind it to this because it's going to be used so often, right? Why is the language server so bad? Is there a better language server for OCaml that doesn't crash every second? This expression has type token, string token, but an expression was expected of type token. Read string. Yeah, this returns that. Yes. So this means that I return token.string that. And so type constructors also in OCaml, they are not... Yeah, type constructors in OCaml, they are not functions, unlike Rust, which means that this doesn't work. So I need to actually surround this in parentheses here. Right? Yeah. I mean, I could make this return the token directly, but yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, let's do this. This just returns token, like token string, and then inside we have that. It's a function, delimiter into that. There we go. Okay, we will have strings. We will also have a punctuation, right? Alphanumeric and stuff. Let's see, if character lowercase ASCII char dot lowercase ASCII uppercase ASCII AZ unsafe character C+32. Interesting. I want to have this. I want to have character is alpha C, then so I want to be able to extend the modules. You can do that in OCaml, right? Like I can have over here extending module character, right? So we have a module character is struct open character, open char, and then I say is alpha char into boolean is function false. Okay, well, syntax seems alien and beautiful. I don't think it's alien. I mean, it's just different from your like non-functional programming languages. It's some getting used to. There was also some things that I don't like that are like irrelevant to the fact that it's different, like the functional programming languages. Like I feel like a lot of things could be changed. Mostly, not mostly. Like as an example, the tuple types. The tuple type is A star B instead of A comma B. That one is the most annoying, maybe. I don't know. The let in, instead of let in, they could say that they could have let and then semicolon. But I don't know. A let in is more this one specifically is more familiar to the functional programmers. The fact that you have the in there, probably. But I feel like the tuple types could be written differently. Okay, so I have a dot z. Is that how you do it? That's how what I saw in the standard library. True. A dot z. True. Commas in tuple constructors. So 1, 2 is an array of one tuple and two ints. So you have to use semicolons. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I understand that the syntax issues are difficult sometimes. Like, I have some problems that I need to fix in my own language too. Maybe we will actually get to it, since I'm going to start with the parser here, and we are going to rethink some of the syntax choices. Is alpha. Is digit. Character boolean is function. 0 dot dot. So like dot dot is including, right? 0 9 room. Otherwise false. All right. Is alpha numeric character into boolean This function C is alpha C or is digit C. You can look at the lowercase ASCII so earlier. I mean, yeah, they were using A to Z, which is why I was assuming that this is inclusive. Why can I not go to the definition here? Ah. Yeah. Like, why are these functions not there? Like, there's string dot lowercase ASCII or like ASCII. No, string lowercase ASCII is all of the things, right? Like, there is no constant even. Right? Yeah. I guess that's another part of the OCaml that is a little weird. The standard library. It's almost like maybe even better that I don't use it at all. Just write my own. Restart. See, why did I need to restart the language server here? Because okay, how about, hold on, I want to do differently. I want to have a read string. This should be like a try read string. So this will return optional token. Which is token option, not option token. I want this to be here. So basically, if let C be peak character, and this, if, and we also don't have the early returns, right? Yeah, we don't have the early returns, which is fine, I guess, but sometimes annoying. Or do you like mimic the early returns somehow? You're writing code. Which creating programming language wasn't as easy as they make seem in the videos. I don't think it's difficult. The problem with my programming language is that I'm trying to make the programming language that is... It's too ambitious. Making a simple one is simple. I mean, you don't have to write the lecture by yourself, right? You can use some libraries. I'm just choosing to do that. I don't think it's difficult. I'm mostly like trying to remember how to write OCaml and everything. Like, I want to do an early return here. If C, because this returns option, which makes sense. So I want to do, you know, I want to do, let's see, be like C unwrap, or else return none, you know, like a question mark in Rust. Is there an alternative of question mark in Rust? Okay, if in Rust I was writing a function that returns option, then I could use question mark inside. Is there an alternative for this in OCaml? No, there is no built-in operator, but yes, you can get similar ergonomics by either manually or by using the PPX. Do you guys like use the ppx's a lot? ppx is the rewriting, the like, yeah, generating the code basically. The raw OCaml, the painful way. You have to manually pattern match every time. No sugar, no mercy. The bind way, like monads. Yes, like can we do it like monads? If I'm not ready to summon the ppx daemon, we can define a bind function like this. Let star opt f is this, and then I can write let star. Okay, actually, hold on. A let star, isn't this like already in the standard library? I have to split for your but I have seen this before. Isn't that what you actually write? Like in the monadic way, you have another operator, like a let, which is basically you have an option and then you like map it with a function, kind of, right? That's what I want, basically. Right? So I only call the function if we have some, otherwise it's none. Let star. Can I have it somewhere? In the util. So I can do let star. The expression has type token option, but an expression with expression of type unit token option. Wait a second. In fail with to do. Let star match option with some f. Like, I'm just wondering what is this being desugared into? Did you forget to wrap the expression using fun? Oh yes, I did forget that. You're right. You're completely right. We do fun this into that. There we go. There we go. That works. Although, like, sometimes, I mean, I guess I will not really work with the results, so this is only useful for options, right? Will it be useful for other types? Maybe. Then we just do another let star star or something. Because, like, we don't work with the results, we just throw exceptions instead, right? Exceptions is the way. In OCaml, right? Or do you actually use the result types? Is there even a result type? There is a result type. But I think I don't use the result type and I just throw the errors. The exceptions. Or failed, like, things here. Okay, is there like another way? So like another thing. So over here, for example, token. Token is, right? I basically want to try to read all the different. So I have all the different functions that represent how to read a thing. Option bind should be there already. Yeah. It just doesn't. It's not bound to the syntax. Is the problem, right? Is the thing. It's fine, I can have it written there. This is just better in terms of syntax, you know? So let star is basically the alternative of the question mark of Rust. mean, we just do this. Let's start is option bind, right? Like this. There we go. It's the same thing. All right, so basically over here, the token, I either read a string or... Is there a thing like this? Where I have option dot... So like there's bind, which is given the option, and then we have the function. Is there something like or else? Then, similar to bind, which executes the function only if... only if it is none. Not really, right? What I can do though, is I can have a list. So you have lists. You have lists, which is going to be like read string, right? So these are all of the possible readers. Possible token readers is this. So this is a list. How do you write a list? List of functions which are unit into token option, right? So these are my token readers. And then we say that the token is actually going to be possible token readers list dot find map. Find map ID. Find map possible token readers. So this gives me an option, right? So I'm going to match this with some token, and none to fail with, no reader, no reader could read a token. Like this is not supposed to happen. Possible find map. No. We just we call this function with the unit like this, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So like we can potentially read a string or read end of file, for example. And we use semicolons for the lists, right? Read end of file. Is just going to say that a match peak character some then none, and none then some token and a file like this. Not in with. All right, there we go. So now I'm able to read the string tokens and the end of file tokens. This is still to do here though, right? Is this like too long of a function? I should actually like not have these inside potentially. Although I'm using the captured lexer, that's why I'm defining these functions inside. I think it's fine. Also, how do I test? How do I want to write a test? Let's write a test immediately. Lexer. What is lexing? That's the standard library stuff. Sir. I have libraries cast. Can I not use this thing there? LSP restart. I have access to cast. So library name casts. Does this mean that I can have only access to the cast here, right? And then I need to actually re-export it. Module lexer is equal to lexer. Is that what I do? And then I will be able to do in the test, I will have cast.lexer. Is there a better way of doing this? I mean, maybe lexer, like, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see if I like, so there's packages, like libraries and modules. Why would I like, why would I want to combine a thing into a library if the modules already cannot be recursive, really? Is there a reason for me to do that? Instead of having a single library? And what is a test? Is this supposed to be executable? How to write tests in OCaml. Thousand times easier in Rust, huh? All right. Do I have to do test? Okay, like how do I do fail with hello? It's because like, yeah, okay. This is just like a binary, right? And that's what we need. So I just say that test. Let's say this test. So we have just a function which takes like a string and tests the fact that it's being parsed successfully, right? And I just say let source be. Let's open test util. Source is source. In semicolon. Restart the language server. Unbound module cast util. Dune build. There you go. Okay. So I have the source, which is contents and file name. Contents is source. File name is test. Then I say lexer, test lexer, initialize, let lexer do this. And we'll do lexer dot. We don't have field the things lexer. I feel like you know what? I just open cast. I just open cast. Open util. I feel like that's what I do. And then we say lexer dot so I want to basically collect all the tokens, right? Let's just say lexer read all of this source. Let's have this helper function. Read all is basically source into a list of tokens spanned list, you know? That's what we do. I know that there is also a sequence of things. This makes it a lazy one. Like, wouldn't this even be better if I just had a sequence of tokens? So that it's only reading things as necessary, basically. Although, I don't know. Let's do a list here. Why would you choose one or the other? Function source into let lexer be initialize the source in a list sequence. How do I convert a sequence to list? Because like over here I can do the sequence inside. OCaml seek to list. Module seek. The type is defined as the like unit into the node. Doesn't reveal whether the element of the sequence are pre-computed or computed on demand. Consuming sequence. List. There's a list to sec. Is there a list from sec? List of sec. There we go. List of sec, and then we have sec dot forever of dispenser. Yeah, we have a sequence of dispenser. And then we have a function unit into next. No, into next opt lexer. Like this. Where next opt is like very similar to next, right? I mean, it's not similar to next, actually. We always have next because I have the end of file token, right? So the end of file token is going to be the last one. Right. Down. That previous token is a reference to none, I guess. If previous token is equal to I mean, let's just have reference to next lexer like that. Yeah. So like it's just a token. So yeah. Or maybe not previous token. Maybe I should just do this. Let found and a file is a reference to false. Like this. So basically if found and a file, then I return none, otherwise I return some. I return some. Let token be next token in the lexer. Then I return the token. But I say that is there an if let? Is there an if let in OCaml? Match token with token value with a token and a file. Found in a file. How do you assign to a reference? I forget. Colon equal. True. Otherwise, I don't do anything. Can I do this shorter, like an if let? Is there an if let in OCaml? Nope, there is no if let. This is not Rust. You don't get the syntax sugar. What do you do instead? The manual matching is explicit verbose and you will repeat it 100 times. You can hack it with an option is some. Yeah, but this is annoying. We can do if some opt f. Yes, I can have it like this, I guess, as a function. Stop suffering, just use Rust. All right, let's ignore that. Like this. Let's actually do that. Yeah, this is a little ugly. Fine. Okay, we have anyway, we can do the read all. If I restart my language server, of course. Oh, but it's not here. I'll read all. You know what? Let's remove this for now. I'll do it later, maybe. So we have a read all tokens. Right. This is the token spend list. So can I just assert that it's equal? And then I also want to do the list map. List map spend spend value tokens, because I don't care about the spends here. Why can I go to the definition of this type? Go to type definition F12. Yes. Value and this. Why does it say value is unbound record field? If this type has the value field inside. Unbound record field value. Even though this thing has the value. This is the type, it has the field value, and it has the field span. What's the problem? It's like private or something somehow? Like I want to get as the result the I'd have to specify it in the module signature. I don't have the signatures, right? I just opened the util, and util contains this thing. Or maybe like it's because the type of it. Maybe it's because the type of it is private because I didn't do the token. Or did I do the token? No, I did do the token. Token is token T. Like this is weird. Maybe. This is how I re-export stuff. I want this to be token. Like, why don't you have the token? Wait, what? Token list. This is weird. Why is this unbound constructor token? That's not right, because in cast, in util, I have this thing, which is called token. Or do I, like, or does open, or maybe open doesn't reopen, or something? Maybe open doesn't, like, reopen, like, re-export stuff? Right, because I, like, do I have... do I have, for example, r dot is alpha, right? I don't have it. I don't have anything from there. How do I make opens re-export when I open the module in which I open another module? I reopened open propagation. If you open A inside module B and then someone does open B, they should also get all the stuff automatically. Too bad. OCaml doesn't do this by default. Opening a module inside another doesn't re-export its content. How to actually re-export? Manual re-exposure. Beautiful. Include the OCaml import star from. This actually re-exports everything from A. Okay. So we do not open, we do include util. There we go. Now we have the token. But that this is still unbound. So like in this case, spend is a token spend, right? Then it's bound. So it's because the type inference is bad, right? It's because type inference is bad in OCaml. I got it. I got it. You just need to help the inference a little bit. Yep. I must have the annotation. Can I annotate this partially? Can I say this over here underscore? Does this work? It works. This is nice. Okay, can I have like underscore in terms of this? Probably not. Yeah, that makes sense. But this over here works. Yeah. Okay, so now I have the token list. And what I want is I want to assert that this is equal to expected. Test. Let's do this. Test. Source. String. Expected. Token list. Unit. If tokens. So can I say, like, can I do structural equality here on lists? If tokens are equal to expected, are not equal, is that not equal? The negation of equal, yes. What about this? This is the negation of double equal, which is different, right? Do this. If tokens are unequal to expected, then fail with. Expected. Test failed. Let's do this for now. And I do test source is and to do an in here. Wait, how do I actually call this stuff here? Like I could just call code here, right? I could just have a fail with. Yo. Oh, now I cannot because I opened. If I don't open though, then I can't do that. What's the difference? So how do I actually run the test? Let underscore be this. Expected. All right. So an empty source should be parsed as an empty one, right? Soon. Can I do it on test? Watch. Exception failure to do. How do I get the stack traces in my exceptions? Do we get the stack traces when I throw? How to get stack trace in exceptions? OCaml exceptions by default give you almost nothing. No stack trace. Unless you may turn it on manually. And even then you have to beg for it. You must do this at runtime at the very top of your main. Print x record backtrace true. And then get backtrace to get the goods. Compile with debug info. Run with environment available. OCaml backtrace. Can I just have OCaml backtrace? Like that. Nice. It still says failure to do. Well, it makes sense. So like, maybe like the test is what is doing this, right? Can I have it in Dune test? Dune run test, but OCaml makes you work for it. Like it's some forbidden knowledge. How to get stack traces in Dune run test. Test. Flags G. Enable back traces in test code. In every test file, put this at the top. Oh, wait, double semicolon. That's right. Hold on. Double semicolon. There you go. That's how you do it. And then we can just do that. But then I need a double semicolon here. Right. The syntax. Okay, nice. This actually worked. This actually worked. So the failure is over here. There you go. Nice. Skip white space is a to do. All right. So we just say this. We just say this. We just say this. Yeah. By the way, I need to make sure that I know how to pick the character. That's what I need to do. How do I do pick the character? How do I do pick the character? Lexer source contents string dot get. Is this fast in OCaml? It's probably fast, right? So we just string get Lexer source contents add Lexer position index. String get returns a character, and it raises invalid argument if I is not an index of S, because it is out of bounds. So I need to check it, right? Is there a safe one that's checked? Index rack opt. That's something different. So string.index. No. String index is the index of the character. And get is panicking instead of returning an optional. What a horrible API. Who invented that? You know what? Let's override this API. So I already overrided the character, and I will also say module string destruct string, and I just say let get is string dot get. No, let get string int character option is if is a function as index into if string length of s is equal to I, then not equal if I is less than 0 and I is less than string length s, then sum string get si else, right? Like this. Can you just write this in OCaml, potentially? No, that's fine. So I just do string get here, and that's all that I will do actually. That's it. Restart. The expression has type char option, but an expression will expect to have type a unit char option. Fun, like that. Okay. Still to do. Now we have the peak over here. Yeah, now skip white space, all right? Skip white space instead of peak character, right? So we'll just say that while. Is there a while? There is no while, right? Yeah. Is there loops? There is no loops. Yeah, we must do it recursively, which means that this one must be a recursive one, right? So basically I say that if peak character if option dot map or false character is white space big character, then down. Right, let's extend the option. You know what? Maybe I do a separate module for this, you know? Let's call this stdxt. The extensions of the std that I hate. The std, alright. That's going to be a separate one. Right? Down. Like this. Open stdxt. Exceptions are crazy fast in OCaml. If you want to break a for loop, then throw an exception. Is that actually how you write code in OCaml? Not kidding. You're not kidding that it's fast. I mean, I imagine it's fast, which is why they don't capture the backtrace by default, right? Because capturing a backtrace is what makes the exceptions slow. So that's why they don't do it by default, because they use it for control flow. Because, like, I mean, they also have, like, the effect system, which is also basically exceptions, just, like, the ones that you can resume. So, for that to be fast, you need to, like, that needs to be fast, right? Yeah, we'll use the effects too. Module option struct open option. Then I have map or. Map or has the thing which is like default value a. So this works a. That's how you do it. I don't remember. What's the syntax? What's the syntax if I don't specify the signature first? I mean, maybe I should just specify the signature first. So it's for all A, and then it's for all A and B. So okay, result and A. Let's call it R. So like result is like the default, and then we have a function A into R, and we have A option, and this gives me R. There we go. So this is going to be fun, default, F, and option is going to be match option in some value then F value, some X, F, X, none then default. like this. Width. Arrow. Am I writing parser now? Yeah. No, I don't want to use existing libraries. I don't want to. I'll rewrite eventually from scratch anyway in the language itself. Doesn't matter. It's not the difficult part. Parser is not the difficult part. It will take like more time, I guess, than if I used. But then I need to learn this library. It's meh. Do I need to include here instead of do that? I guess. Let's not open but include, right? That's how you extend a module. Okay, and then I want to have character is white space. Is I mean white space. Character is space, or character is tab, or character is /r, or character is /n. Anything else that is white space? In function style, it always ends up being while very big block of code, do none. Which is basically a do while kind of thing instead, right? Yeah, where is while specified though? I don't have. Oh wait, hold on. This is no syntax error. Hold on. Is there a while? Okay, is white space is there? This. Wait, can I? Okay. Find all references. The language server, another thing that the language server cannot do in OCaml, it seems, is that it cannot find where I'm using the function. If it cannot figure this out, can it even rename it? Can I call it in is white space too? No, I cannot, it cannot. This is horrible. That works for you? Maybe it's because it's in another module? Why does that work for you? Maybe because this is not compiled yet, so I can only rename when everything is compiled properly. Maybe. Let's try. Rename whitespace 2. It's not renamed. What if I rename it here? It's not renamed then in the other place. Renaming works only inside the module. That's what I feel like is happening here. Not out of module. Yeah, horrible, horrible. It's fine, it's fine. I'll get used to it, right? There's just one more thing to get used to. Among the 1,000 other things. I'm not rage quitting, no. I am going to ignore this issue. So the test actually failed, by the way. The test actually failed. By the way, why does it not point me to this line of code and it points me to this line of code? Because it's inlining this function. Yeah, I remember that also being a problem. Why is it not pointing to this line of code? Cast, cast 2, recast. Okay, it's fine. So it's failed. Let's just try showing it, right? Let's just try showing it here. Print. How do you print? Wait, what? How do you print? std error. IO. Print. There's print end line, right? Print end line. Is there eprint? Is there print? There's prayer. There we go. Prayer. Print to the error. Rust bed moving to OCaml that fast? What do you mean that fast? It's been basically almost a year since I started the thing. That was a slow decision to transition to OCaml. Yeah. Print. This needs to be like that, right? Rare end line. Okay, so what do I print here? I print. Is there a list show? How do I show a list? I feel like I need to show a list. So I will just actually I will have that list show tokens, and then we provided this with the function to show a token, which is token show. So this is got this, and then expected the expected ones. Okay, so list is going to be here. List as a struct include list and function show, which is for all a list into string given a into string is opening thing let as is ref function show element list okay, we open, we close. Yeah, but fast is in the way that it's been a year and it's harder now to rewrite. Well, but at the same time, I know what I'm writing more. Right? So it's not going to be just figuring out how to write something, but just write it. Right? Speaking about the showing, I feel like sometimes I want to show with a pretty one. So this should be shown in a pretty way. So I feel like there should be a show pretty. Also, which is going to do the new lines. Show impl. So show impl will also I don't know. Maybe I'll do that later. The prettiness will come later then. There's an existing pretty printer, but it only prints. Where is it? Show me. Is it a library? How to pretty print OCaml. Format module. Expression int add lat track pp expression fmte match this. We have pretty. What is pp expr? Downtown. Now you're writing formatters for your formatters. PPX is metaprogramming. Yeah, but what is this? What is PP expression? Hold on, I'm just trying to see this. So the the FMT is the formatter, I guess, right? And then printf PP expr. Wait, PP expr is not even defined here. This code is incorrect. There is no PP expr here. Format printf. Okay, same as fprintf, but output and get std formatter. What's pp expr? Where is this coming? Wait. It is the. Oh, it's the function name. I'm stupid. Okay, whatever. This is the way to format the expression. I'm just stupid. Yeah. It's just like, whatever. It's fine. So you have the formatter and the value that we format, right? And that's what we do. FMT. This. Okay. So the type of this is it returns the unit, so it actually so the formatter is a mutable thing. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And what does the formatter have? What does the formatter have? What does the formatter have? pp mark stack. We probably format dot like so like this means that like what is the syntax, right? %a at dot. What is this syntax? So % is the interpolation, and like then it's going. So like this is not checked at compile time, by the way, right? It's checked at runtime. The format string. Okay, sure, it's fine. Maybe. But what is the syntax? Where's the definition of the syntax? Documentation. Can I like go to the documentation? Of course I cannot. I can read it here. Pretty printing. If you're new to this module, see the examples below. Format std formatter outputs to std out, error formatter outputs to the std error. All right. I think I should use the formatter. So the question is, so it allows me to customize the the format of a value, right? So sometimes I want it to be pretty printed in multiple lines. Sometimes I want to be printed in a single line, for example, right? A list. Pretty printing engine uses the concept of printing box and break hints to drive indentation and line splitting behavior of the pretty printer. Each different printing box kind of introduces a specific line splitting policy. Within a horizontal box, break hints never split to the line. Within a vertical box, break hints always split the line. Within a horizontal vertical box, if the box fits on the current line, then breaks hints never split line. Otherwise, break hint always splits the line. Okay, this sounds like a good thing. Break hints. A break hint tells the pretty printer to output some space or split the line, whichever way is more appropriate to the current printing box splitting rules. Break hints are used to separate printing items and are mandatory to let the pretty printer correctly split lines and indent items. Simple break hints are a space, output a space or split, the line if appropriate, cut, split the line if appropriate. What do you mean cut? So cut, split the line in appropriate. So like without printing the space otherwise, right? If it's like if you had a comma without the spaces, I guess. All right. And then we have a custom break. So the general one, right? Fits. It means a custom breaking. The pretty printer may split the line at this point. If it does not split the line, then S1 is emitted. PP print, PPF fits. Oh, this is a tuple. Yeah, this is a tuple, a string to emit. If it fits, then n spaces, and then S2. And if it breaks, then it means S3 string, then an identifier, and an indentation, and then an offset of m spaces, and then the S4 string. That makes sense. I understand this. Okay, so what do I do then? To show a list, like I don't do the show thing. Or is there like already a thing like list pp, or is there like format list, pp print list? But this is like doing this specific printing of the that is like defined in the OCaml, right? I might want to have a different one. pp print iterator. Yeah, we have like the iterator. We iterate that separator, print cut. Wait, does this mean that it doesn't put the spaces inside? You know what? Let's do this for now. Let's just use this. Let's just use that. Sure. So instead of doing list show, I will say format dot printf, or like how do I do this? And I guess like I guess then in this case I do it over here, right? I print end line, or I don't even print end line, right? I format print f. This needs the formatter. What's fprintf? It has the formatter itself. And printf has the but output to the get std formatter. Yeah. Is there like a rare f then? Like to the not output but to the std error? Like how do I print to the std error? Format dot, let's just use fprintf. The formatter is going to be format dot r formatter, right? And then I have the format. Oh, the format is like a generic one. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. The format is a generic thing over these arguments, whatever these arguments mean. So the format is we need to figure out what it is. Right, like I want to have so like got, and then I need to like %a. Oh, wait a second. Wait, it is checked at compile time. Is this right? Is this checked actually at compile time? Hold on a second. Like if I do %a, then I have the compilation error, right? So the string literals are not always strings, right? This is actually the format type. How does string literal? So the string literals are overloaded, right? In OCaml, is this right? Rust stole it from OCaml. Well, this is not a macro though. This is actually a function, but the string literals are overloaded because the type of this is not string. But the format. So so this is so the fprintf, you have the formatter of the actual. So like this has the data. Fprintf. We have formatter. You have the format that formats the a. There you go. And then I need to give it the a. So like the type depends on the actual contents of the string here. So in this case, I forgot the a, right? So let's say that the a is going to be tokens, right? But this doesn't work. Formatter, format. Let me see the examples again. Printf, %s, 1. This expression has type a into unit, but an expression was expressed of type unit. Because I have the value, and I also need to specify how to show these values, right? That was the example somewhere in the in this thing, right? Yeah, you give it the value, and before that you give it the so like instead of just giving a single value, you give it the implementation of how to format this thing, right? So how to format the tokens is going to be format ppprint list, and ppprint list needs to we have the optional separator. Is this an optional argument? And we have the way to format the element, basically, right? So how do I format the element? Format the element is going to be format. Is there like a toString thing? You know? Token. I mean, I guess I can do like token dot what do you call this? Just pretty print? They call these things pp, print list. But I think I would just like call it the show. Show is just the thing that, yeah, okay. Let's just call it print, you know? I think that's fine. So print is going to be formatter into token into unit, right? That's what we need. Function fmt into function. Function fmt token into token, because that way I can destruct this and then I can replace it with a function. It's fine. I will just write it like this. Actually, you know what? We can just do format string formatter, or like sprintf is printing to a string. How do I print a string into the formatter? Like I actually need to use the fprintf here into the formatter. I print the %s the show token, something like this. That's what I use. Is there like not a shorter way of writing that? Okay, so this should work. A little weird, but fine. So they say test failed. And I don't see anything in the standard output. Oh, no, I have it. Got end of file. There you go. I just got end of file. Okay, so pretty print list doesn't even print the opening bracket. It just prints me the element itself. Right? Yeah, so yeah, obviously, like, this thing should give me not the empty list. We should have the end of file. Token.end of file. There we go. And now my test is actually going to pass. There you go. Nice. Okay. Okay. Like, basically, if I did not do this like before, and then I semicolon, semicolon. So I do lecture complete. No, it's not. I'm just like trying to figure out some stuff. I didn't have test before, right? Now I will have, maybe. So we just do Dune test, right? So this is what it says. It says got end of file. So what I don't like is that fprintf doesn't print the end of line, which I mean makes sense. Which makes sense, right? But format like, why isn't there no printf which outputs to the std error? We must fix it. We must fix it. Module format. Is there alternative of a format and F which prints to stdr instead? I mean, I guess it doesn't like really matter. Oh, it's called eprintf. There we go. Mind. Yeah, so we just say format.eprintf, which I guess maybe I should. I'm just going to say that eprintf is format.eprintf. I'm going to import certain things. Wait, this doesn't even work anyway. It doesn't print the /n for me. Okay, I need to the /n to be manual one. Annoying. Is there like eprint line? No, there is not. Okay, fine. We just do the /n's. Okay, so we got this. So this is the annoying part of the OCaml, basically, because I need to like pass these things explicitly. There's advantages to that, but it's so verbose. I cannot just say print the tokens. Got this. Expected that. Pretty print expected ones. I will say instead over here, instead of pp print, we just say list.print. So I will do that in this standard extension. Instead of show, I will say print. So print is the function from formatter. Let's have it in the beginning here. It's a type. Happy Nora, hello, hello. We have formatter, list, a list, to unit, a is to have a function fmt list. Okay. Maybe pretty print iter is what I want. So this has the separator. Why is the type of separator format? Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Separator makes sense. And then we have the so this over here is the iterator. Wait, what is iter? Did you print iter? Separator, iterator. Wait, what is iter? PPV. PPF. Like why do they have these namings? This is unreadable. Like I need to actually like use my brain to understand what it means. Why don't they just read it in a simpler way? What? Why Rust is bad? Because it compiles for 1 billion years. It will be faster for me to rewrite the project in OCaml, right? Than wait for the Rust to compile. Formats on PPF. The iterations of iter. Formats on PPF. PPF is the formatter. The iterations of the iterator over a collection V. V is a collection. So iter is the iterations of iter. What does it even mean? So I have so B is supposed to be like the collection. So this function is the iterator. Iter, whatever iter means. Is it the iterator? Iterations. So an iteration, we have the this thing. So how to do the element. I don't get it. I don't get this type signature. So I print iterate iter. A V is a collection. A collection which is polymorphic. So it's like not necessarily a list, right? Oh, if I know how to do an element and I know the collection, then I will know. Okay, no, that makes sense now. I get it. I get it. Never mind. This is a function that basically specifies how to print the collection, right? So given that we know how to print an element and the collection, we can print the collection. Sure. Weird, but sure. So I print the list in the end. Is there like something like underscore, but like because I don't want to write a fail with to do everywhere. I want to have like a hole, but like, yeah, this should be replaced with the expression, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this, right? That's what I want. I mean, that's actually exactly what it is. But like, it would be also nice if this could still compile, but just like panic, throw an exception at runtime. Like, can I turn this into a warning and not into an error? Okay, this is nice. So like I can just type underscore and it tells me what the type should be there, right? Although what's B, of course, is unknown. Yeah. So the formatter here is going to be FMT. So this over here needs to be formatter A into unit. PPV. Formats on PPV, the iterations over a collection using PPV. So this is the pretty print a single value. Pretty print a single value. Yeah, this actually needs the way to pretty print a single value. Right? Which would be A into, like, so formatter to A into unit, literally. So this is pp, like, print value. I have like better names that are more readable. So print value is used here. And then this needs to be a unit AT into unit. This is the iteration. Which is weird. Like, why is this needed as an argument then? Like, so this has this is a function which takes f and list and returns list iterate f list. So this is literally just list iterate. Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense because I can just print list iter here. Okay, that now makes sense. So how to iterate over the collection, how to print a value, formatter, and the collection itself. Right, now that makes sense. But I think the documentation sucks here, guys. I think the documentation of OCaml sucks. Why is there just 2 lines here? And why is the naming so horrible? I hate the naming. All right. Okay. And the separator. Separator is separator must be a thing which takes formatter and thing and returns the thing, right? A comma separator format dot. Is there like an existing separators? Wasn't I just reading about this? Like a split, like a break hints, print space, pp print cut. This is the one, right? But pp print cut is just cutting the thing. Is there something about the comma? Probably not. They only have like the generic functions. Comma separator. I just have comma separator, and then I will specify the comma separator here. At comma separator is a function from formatter into unit is a function fmt like this into print pp break pp print break custom break. So custom break is a function which has the formatter, and then if it fits, then we have one thing. If it breaks, then I have another thing. Right? So the fits is a tag. Wait, why is it called in tag? It's a string, right? Or is it something different? So if it does not split the line, S1 and spaces, then N2. Why do I need to specify the amount of spaces there? It's weird. Like, why don't I just have it a single string? Because of the trailing and the trailing white space on a line, probably. So if the fits would be I print a comma, I print one space, and then after the comma I don't print anything, like this. And if it breaks, then I print underscore if it doesn't if it splits the line as 3 identifier, then an offset of m spaces, and then s4 string. Yeah. So like 0 and empty, like this. That's the comma separator. Right. Right. This doesn't work. Separator should be the function formatter unit, and this is formatter unit. Like, why are you complaining about this? The function is applied to this argument has type. Do I do this? Oh, wait. Is it not a colon? What's the syntax for it? What's the syntax? Is this the syntax that's wrong? What's wrong? No, that's not the syntax. Oh, it's called not sep, it's called pp sep, of course. Because of... Okay, that's it. I don't know why they have pp everywhere, but sure. Okay, but then I also want to add to the list. Let's just try to see how this works right now. List print. Restart the language server. And then value list print. Wait, list print should be... Hold on. No, it's unbound value. Why is it unbound? stdxt list print. It's supposed to be here. It's because the Dune is not running. This is annoying. Test watch. Okay, now it's bound, I guess. PP's all around. List print. So list print maybe should not have the formatter as the first thing. It should have the formatter as one of the last things, actually, similar to the pp print iter, right? So it should, like, we tell it how to format things. And then it returns a function which actually has the formatter doing this, because we are using the currying here, right? And then I need to change the order here. fmt list, like this. Okay, there we go. Now this works. Okay, I don't have anything here though. Expected empty one. Let's just do this. Expected. Let's say that I expected like this. Yeah, see? So expected end of file, end of file, end of file, end of file. Wait a second. Is this actually pretty? Why did it print one of the end of files on a new line? So it is doing it this way. So I need to understand the behavior of the formatter here a little bit. Like, it put the 3 end of files on one line and the 4th one on a separate line. Why? Because there is something like the maximum length of this of the thing. This is not pretty though. That's not how I want it to. Like, I want if the full list is not fitting. This is ugly. You know what I mean? This is ugly. Like, I want every end of file to be on its own line, I feel like, here. Maybe. I don't think this formatter can do that. Maybe I will write my own formatter then. Anyway, let's for now not care about this too much. I'll just change this format to be my own format, maybe eventually. We'll see. Or maybe I will figure out that there is a better way to use this. So I need to print the opening bracket. So here's the question. Should, like, since this is the iterator, no. We do no, yeah. We do this. Then I want to do so I need to fprint f. Let's re-export that. F and printf. I want to have all of these, I guess. Fprintf, fmt, closing one. And in the beginning, I print the opening one, right? There we go. So this now is actually like printing the list and closing it in the square brackets, right? But I want to have like a trailing comma over here. I want to have a line thing. pp format. Pretty print separator is just a function, right? So I just do format comma separator fmt like this, right? And this will give me another comma. But this is basically yeah, this is not the comma. This will like be like a trailing comma, because trailing comma is very similar to this, but it doesn't print the comma if it fits. If it fits, then it doesn't print it. If it breaks, then it prints it. There you go. This is ugly. Well, how does it decide when to break? Why does it put the closing bracket on its own line? Ugly. But yeah, because like there is a new line after that, we actually have a trailing comma. But it's supposed to be like everyone on its own line. Then we have the trailing commas, or otherwise don't. Okay, I mean, good enough for now, but it's ugly. It's ugly. All right. What's next? So yeah, let's just have another test. So I'm going to have the test where source is hello world, right? And we expect this to be parsed into you know what, the end of file, I'm just going to keep it always there. You know, like over here I will have expected I need a list, and I need to append to the list the end of file here, because end of file is always supposed to be there, right? Unbound value ++. Why is it unbound? Why is it unbound? List and cat combine cons concat map. I want to append this to the end. OCaml ++ unbound. Like OCaml concat lists. Like I can a list of lists, sure, but can I just combine two lists? Concat two lists, appending two lists. It's called append. In terms of the add operator. Okay, it's just like not plus plus. Plus plus is from Haskell, right? When you choose the add. All right, fine. All right, no reader could read a token. Beautiful. Over here. So now I need to improve this thing. So I want to read end of file. I want to read string. I want to read identifier. And I want to read punctuation. That's basically all that there's going to be. Read identifier. And read punctuation. So read identifier is going to be simple. I'm going to say that let C is peak character in if guys, how do you... Okay, I mean, for this one, we have a let's star. That's fine. But how do I do this? Like, how do you write code without early returns? This is so annoying. Right? There's like a lot of nestness that's going to happen. And then I will need to come up with names to reduce the nestness for the intermediate variables. Annoying. So if character is alpha, right? The beginning of the identifier must be an alpha. Then I do one thing. And if not, then I just do none. Right? Then sum. You know? You know what I mean? Sum token identifier. Identifier. Let identifier be this. What's wrong with formatting right now? What's wrong with formatting right now? What's wrong? Can anyone tell me? Anyone tell me what's wrong here? Is this wrong? Rage quit soon? No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm enjoying myself right now. This is very enjoyable. I love OCaml. OCaml is good. It's because let star needs to be like next to each other. Otherwise it's a separate token. Yeah, that's fine. So they have like so let star is a single token instead of two tokens here, right? In OCaml? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do simple. If is alpha, then we have identifier, this of type A. Are you stupid? It's not supposed to be A. It's supposed to be of this type. This form is not allowed as the type of the inline record could escape. Oh my god. Oh, why do they not allow this? So they already have this as a type, right? And they don't want So they say that they don't want the type of the inline record to escape. Why not? Why is this bad? Why don't you allow this, OCaml? Hold on. Why does OCaml not just allow it? Oh, did it happen again? It happened again. My Control-C, Control-V doesn't work. Beautiful. Or maybe it never worked. Doesn't allow the type of inline record. Doesn't allow the type of inline record to escape. Because OCaml has a stick up its type system. Well, I mean, eventually I would do it anyway. Eventually I would. Like I already did the string token, right? Let's actually call it just ident. So ident is this. For now, there's just raw. There's going to be more stuff inside, so it's good. Let's actually have all of them. Type number for just have this. And the renaming doesn't work in this language. Is there an alternative like way to rename symbols that actually works? The renaming is very important, right? You know? I feel like renaming is important. And the fact that it doesn't work is annoying. That's why they keep the bad names in the standard library, right? Because they were writing code with single letter variables and then they couldn't rename it. Maybe. Okay, so identifier must be of type A. It's not of type A. It's of type token ident. Are you like, it's not even like doing the inference correctly here. There we go. This way I can do it. Token identifier. Raw is, I'm going to have a read while char is alphanumeric. Read while function c is alphanumeric c, or c is equal to underscore. Okay. Sure. Read while is a function which takes a character into Boolean and returns string. Maybe good tooling is important after all. I mean, do you write a lot of OCaml, Nigel, yourself? Yeah, I think that's the reason why I rage quitted OCaml last time. Like, it's fine if you just if you quickly write a thing, but like, I don't know. I feel like rename is the fact that that is not working. Like, how do you get just like a simple thing such as rename will take half an hour instead of a single second because it doesn't work. Which will lead to me not wanting to rename. Which will lead to even worse code that I usually write. Right? But we put everything in one file. I guess, but like, how long is going to be that file, right? The version of in Rust was 20,000 lines of code, and it was not finished, right? Is it like, so is that how people write OCaml? They put everything into a single file? Which is a billion lines of code? Function F. Let me see. Hold on. Let's. We will use the mutation here, I think. Is appending a character to a string? Is there like a string builder or something in OCaml? I feel like if I do this, this is not optimal. String. How do I make a string of a single character? Is there naming something in the MLI change it for modules using that module? Oh, maybe we can rename it in MLI. We can try that, indeed. That's a good suggestion. Because maybe, like, it doesn't work because I don't have the interface file. Maybe, you're right. I'll try that. But how do you make a string of a single character? Seems to be recursive. String of character. There's of bytes and of sequence. Sure. Escaped will give me a string, but I don't want the escaped, right? Initialize. Initialize can do that. We give it the length and how to initialize at the position. But I feel like there should be an easier way. Make is the one. String make. Make 1C. I guess is how you do it. Okay. So we have a character which matches the predicate. Then I make this character and then I continue reading. That's the loop. Right? So my question is, since I'm making a new string and then concatenating this, isn't this like quadratic complexity, which is completely inefficient here? So I should use something like a string builder instead, right? Is there like a string builder in OCaml? Then have a string builder because things you're not writing in 2005. It wants to choose buffer, like a functional grown-up. The equivalent is buffer. Okay, so it's buffer, not... Yeah, buffer is like a global one, basically, right? Avoids n square concatenation, performance disaster. All right. Yeah. So read while, we will have like the implementation. This is not going to be recursive. I will instead say let impl. This is the one that is going to be recursive. Impl unit is this, and then I just call impl, and this is going to just call impl. I will capture the predicate, and yeah, so this is now still returning the string, but it should return a unit. I will instead say let buffer is it still a functional one, or is it like yeah, I don't need to create a reference to it, right? Buffer is buffer.create. This is the initial capacity, right? The end parameter is the initial size of the internal byte sequence that holds the contents. Yeah, just 0 because I don't care much, right? And then over here, I just return, and yeah, so like I call the implementation, and then I return buffer dot. Not I return buffer dot. How do I convert it to a string now? Contents of the buffer, like this, right? Okay, and then this thing doesn't do string make. It instead will call two things, which is calling the recursive thing, which is basically the loop, right? Maybe I call it loop. The rename doesn't work if this is incorrect, I guess. Let's call this loop, right? So this is basically while let in Rust, which is 10 lines instead of 1. Okay, that's fine. So I just say buffer add character C. Add character to the buffer C. There we go. Okay, that works. Now I can read the identifier. Read punctuation is going to basically be the thing, which is I will pick the character. And I will say, I'll say to some token punctuation token is what? Raw is string make 1C. Super Goober, hello. Unit into character option. Okay, so this is just making it always be the thing. But I want to say like is punctuation is a function character into boolean as is just character is white space, character is alphanumeric, character is underscore not. C. Okay. I think everything else is punctuation. You know what? We will just do read while is punctuation here, so we can have like multiple token ones. This will go on to be more complex later, but for now this is good. 92%. Wait, hold on a second, guys. I went to OCaml so that my compilation time is fast. It's hanging. It says build building. No. If it's going to build for like 1 hour, then I cannot move to OCaml. Hold on. There is one job left. 12 out of 13 is the best. Only C like simple languages compile fast. Maybe the job is actually the test. You know what? And it probably actually is. You know what? It's the job, the test. It's not compiling, it's running it. That's my bad. Right? Because the job is the test. If I change a file here, does it is it going to stop it? It's not going to stop it, right? Because I'm testing. Yeah. I have an infinite loop is the problem. Because when I say read while, it's peaking. The read while is incorrect because I'm picking the character, and over here I need to actually consume it. So I need to say advance consume character or something. So like consume character unit into unit is going to be a function which just advances my stuff, you know. Let C is pick character. I'm going to match the character with some C, then C, none, then fail with and then I say match C with. I just match it once. If it is some anything, then I don't do shit. But if it is some /n, then I do some other shit. Okay. Like what I'm doing here is I'm going to increase new position, and to figure out the new position here. Laxer position is new position. So I need to, in this case, say index is Laxer position index +1. That's always like that. Line is Laxer position line +1. Column is Laxer position column. No, column is 1. Okay. And actually, you know what? Let's do this. Position dot new line from the old position. This one is position advance. This is called advance new line and just advance. Insert position, position, advance, position, position, function e2, index is b index plus 1, sp line, column, sp column plus 1, that's new line is 1 minus plus 1. You don't want actually position advance advance with character. How about this? Match C with /n. That's probably better. So we just do some C and then it is position advance C elixir position. So I can just do this. Unbound. Restart language server. Stupid language server. Advance is there. What do you mean advance? You're even showing me the type here. Oh, it's because I was not building it. Sure, that's why. Type is inferred from usage. Yeah. Okay, so this is still hanging. Let's do June build watch, I guess. C is read character. If is punct C, then this, else none. What's let star? It's option bind. It's returning none from this function if this returns none. But like over here, I would like to do the same. If not, then return none, but we don't have early returns. Annoying. Which means that I have one extra level of indentation. For no reason. How to solve this? Early return in OCaml, please. Erase early return. Right. That's how we do it. Yeah. Yeah, you see how like, so it's not like that bad, but the problem is that it introduces another level of indentation. This is the OCaml way. Elegant. I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say this is elegant. You have been using exceptions for that? And an exception feels like a hack at the same time. So like both of the solutions are just wrong. Well, I mean, at the same time, in cast, I didn't have the early returns, right? And I was going to model it through the exceptions, technically. Well, through the, like, the unwind stuff that I have. I just don't call it exceptions. Exceptions is, like, specifically for, like, errors. But they use exceptions for other things. They just use exceptions for control flow. But it's just like, it's not really an exception anymore, or is it? I guess it is. Like, it's the this is the exceptional case where the function doesn't make sense, so we just return none early, right? Maybe it makes sense, kind of. Maybe. Can I see where it is. I guess I can. Let's see, format, eprintf, percent %c. Is there no percent %c? Oh, this is char option, right. It has the option. Option dot print c. Option print, and then it needs the original ones, which would be like char print, right? Print. So if I have a function given formatter and a into unit, then we have a function from formatter to a option to unit, right? Yeah, which will be a function print value and fmt and option, and then we match option with none. Then I print f into fmt the none, right? If it's some value, then I print a value value. Fmt value. Print formatter into char into unit, function fmtc into print fprintf fmt %c c. Wait, what does %c even do? I need to like know about like all the different versions. Like I want the debug implementation here, I guess. Specifically. Restart. Option print is unbound. Beautiful. Because I was not building. Okay, so peaked. That's what I want. Peaked. Okay, peaked. Okay, and of course I always need to do a /n. You know what? I'm going to make the eprintf eprint-ln. You know what? Eprint-ln. fprintf, and this should and yeah, let's just have eprint-ln. Is a function from formatter, and to copy the signature here. They don't have the signature. Why do they write code without? Okay, I mean, okay, fine. Eprint-ln. Is wait, but I cannot like have the rest of the args here, even. A formatter unit. A formatter unit. Format into A into unit. Type constructor expects 3 arguments. Do I just do this? What do you mean? Expects 3 arguments. Do I need a comma? Oh, I need a comma because it's a type. Okay, makes sense. We all agree Rust is bad. It's just the least bad. Yes, I think it is. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, it is. I agree with you. I don't like OCaml, but I don't know. Maybe I just need to suffer through it a little bit more, and then I will like it. Hold on. I mean, it's fun. It's fun, but it's pain at the same time. But I guess the same applies to Rust. Rust is also fun, but it's also pain sometimes. eprintf. So this is a function format. Into eprint format. So it's not into unit. So it's this, right? Okay. Okay, so my problem is how to write a function that returns a that does the printf and also prints the new line and the end. Can I like concatenate the form? Like, can I do format? Can I append something to the format, to the existing format? Why am I stopping builds to test? Did I try doing config global lock disabled? No. I can do that. Fine, sure. Let's do that. So we always have the build, and then in the other terminal I will do other things, right? But I probably need to like actually restart. Oh, it's called Dune. Disabled. So I want ePrintln specifically. The format and all of the other arguments. How do you even write this function? How do you even write this function? So this is a format which is generic over the, so like this is basically the rest of the arguments that need to be passed to the format, right? Okay. Wait, hold on. I think I understand. So yeah, A is like the rest of the arguments. So format and rest basically. Right? Format and rest. But this is not literally the argument. Sometimes it's just a unit, which means that there is no argument. Like everything has been supplied already. Let so I have a function format. I have a thing. Let like print this thing is a function that does that in inner, right? So this is the like I call this inner function with the remaining arguments. How do I write this? I don't, hold on. format. Right? Because I cannot have a function that takes like all of the rest of the arguments here. Or can I? Let's ask ChatGPT. Maybe ChatGPT is smarter than me. Can you write a function that is similar to format.printf, but also prints a new line in the end, which is using original f side. Like, it's certainly doable. I'm just stupid. It's called kfprintf. Kprintf is like printf because give you access to the formatter after printing. That's why. Yeah, so like the problem is that I cannot implement it using the existing eprintf, right? I need to actually implement it like using some other thing, because this one doesn't give me access to the formatter after printing, and that's the problem. You're gonna make mistakes. ChatGPT does make mistakes often. Do you know how to write this function that I'm trying to? I mean, sure, it can make mistakes, but how to write it? Like, is it possible to do using this one? So this function takes the format and potentially some more argument, depending on the format, and prints it, which is very similar to having fprintf to the format error formatter, which is printing there. You don't know OCaml? Yeah, so like this is just the same thing. And then I want to do kfprintf. There is ka printf, kd printf, kf printf, ks printf. Beautiful, beautiful naming. Let's try to guess what it means. What does k even mean? It says make printf and end avac accumulator. Same as printf, but instead of returning immediately, passes the formatter to the first argument and the end of printing. Okay, I mean, yeah, that actually makes sense. So like we print and then we do something after printing. That's why I need it. But like, shouldn't it be possible to implement this function using the original? Or is it like completely impossible then? So then I have function fmt, which is saying fprintf fmt /n, right? So I print the /n in the end. Right? I print /n in the end after printing that. I mean, this is understandable, but like, I feel like this is because, so like the problem once again is that the rest of the arguments to the formatting depend on the formatting string, right? Like in this case, because I have /n, I don't have any interpolations inside, there are no extra arguments. You know? But how do I make generic, but how do I become generic over the amount of arguments in a function? Well, I mean, technically, I guess it should be possible, kind of, maybe. Although, like, how do you even make it possible? Like, you can like uncarry the function, right? Which would be like a function that takes so if I have a function that takes a and takes b and returns c, this would give me a function that takes a and b and returns c, right? That's the uncarry, your normal one, right? But if I have the dot 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 here, I don't know how many of these I have. I want to do this, right? Something like this is impossible to even write, correct? Or is it possible? And because of that, you need to leak this like ugly stuff, which is named like, why is it even named K? Because K is like continuation. Let me guess. They call it K because of the word continue, right? Because continue starts with a K. Why is it called KF printf? Because OCaml is a smug academic and wants you to suffer for your abstractions. The K stands for continuations. Yes, exactly. Of course, because it's continuation passing version. Of course, K means continuation. That's because that's the first character in the word continue, right? It's K. Of course. That makes sense. Call it QVF printf. Yeah, so now I just don't do, I don't want to do this /n manually. Basically I want to do eprintln because I will forget about the /n's every time. I will never get used to this, I feel like. Okay, and then we do Dune test. Okay, so the reader could not pick the token because I picked HHLO. So hello has been read actually. Why did I pick it like 10 times though? That's weird. And then the commas, and then the space. Don't I have this keep white space here? So this is like actual code. We skip white space. Lecture picked is this value token. Let's do here eprint %a. I want to print the token, which should be token.print. Picked token like this, you know? Yeah, so I picked token comma here, picked token hello, and then the world could not be picked because there is a white space. So white space broke everything. So potentially the skip white space doesn't work. Oh, yeah, it does not work exactly because I didn't implement it. Because it says if this, I just want to say this, I guess. Read while. Let's move the read while above here. So I just do read while. Character is white space. Like that. And then say ignore the result of that. Creation as type unit. One. ATW, hello. All right. Okay. We parsed token, hello, comma, world, and the file. Let's remove this. This should be like logging or something, which basically should be disabled. I'll just remove it for now. We're not going to come back to this. Yeah, so we got hello, comma, and world, but we expect just end of file. So let's just fix the test. So hello world expected stuff is token identifier. Raw is hello. And then I have token identifier world. And then I have a token punctuation, comma. And this should, the test should pass. It doesn't pass. Because we say, wait, what? It says got hello, comma, world, and a file. Expected hello, comma, world. Oh, world with a space? Hold on a second. I want token print. Can I print the escaped? Where's the documentation here? Where's all the options of the percentage in the format module? Reboxing, formatting functions. Semantic tags. Semantic tags are user-defined annotations to annotate user-specific operations to print identities. Defining formatters. Symbolic pretty printing. Formatted pretty printing. Example. Where is it? Oh, there you go. Pretty printing indication characters are introduced by the at. At opening. What? No. Where's the percent? That's something different. Where's the meaning of %A documented? %A. %A is a formatting instruction. Okay, where's the list of all formatting instructions? Give me the list. The stupid documentation. How do you even read it? What's the list of all formatting instructions in a OCaml format module? Do you regex in your lectures? No. Do you? They all start with at? That's not true. What's their %A mean then? The cryptic gremlin of the OCaml format strings. Apply user-provided pretty printer. Why not just use %D, %S? Yes, what's the list of all the primitive things? In Rust, you just do this, and it is 1,000 times more ergonomic. Right. So what's the other % instructions? I can't find in the docs. You want this full secret menu? Yes, that's what I want. Everyone knows. Okay. There you go. Thunk. Function unit prints nothing but evaluates side effects. String with escaping %S. There we go. That's what I wanted. Where's the where is it? Can you point me to the place in the docs where this list is documented. There is no single canonical place. The printf module docs. Of course, it's in the printf module docs and not in the format docs, right? And there's not even link to this thing. Percent flags with precision. The types and their meanings are di, okay, x, ask, and a string to OCaml syntax, double quotes escapes. Yeah, but like, I mean, basically this. Eventually, maybe I will write like a custom one. Right? So yeah, this means that I have the tokens in like parentheses, basically, and escaped. So we have the world with a space here. For some reason, is OCaml as cool as people say it is? Who says it's cool? I mean, it's cool, yes, but it's also really annoying. Like, I mean, some people like explicitness, right? For example, a lot of people like Zig because it's explicit, right? Like, you don't have the type inference; you need to explicitly type your types. Like, if you like that kind of stuff, then you may be into OCaml. Just like look at the way I'm printing stuff, you know? Because there is no traits in OCaml, there's no type classes in OCaml. Because of that, in order to print a list of tokens, I need to supply it with the function how to print it exactly. So this is a list, so I need to supply with a function that prints a list. So there, in order to print a list, you need to supply the function that prints a single element. And this is like very explicit and annoying in my opinion. Like, why can it not be just like this, you know? And then it figures it out by using the correct type class, the correct trait instance, because that's basically the instance of the type class print for the list of tokens. That's what it is. But I need to do this explicitly. People like Prime and TJ, yeah. But that's not everyone though, right? That's just two people. So yeah, I mean, otherwise it's cool. Also, like, there's a lot of missing stuff. Like, I was complaining about the like, you know, like when you write in a functional style, and so you don't have the early return here, you solve this by having extra indentation. It makes the code like more obvious in a way, right? Like, if you don't have an early return in your language, then like, I mean, it is in a way more explicit, right? Like, that's like you can easily miss that part of the control flow that you're doing, right? So maybe someone thinks that it's a plus. I think it's not, especially like, since they don't have the early returns, but they do have exceptions, and exceptions are hidden. They are not typed in this language. They don't have the effect system. I mean, they have the effect system, but the effect system is dynamic in this language. It's not typed. It's not present in the type system, which is means that you have hidden control flow. Early return is obvious compared to 50 branches. Yeah, like, I think early return is just better. So you can mimic the early return though, and I'm just wondering how many people actually do that. You can do, instead of an early return, you say a try catch, and you throw the return exception. That's what you do, right? Maybe I will start doing that at some point. Okay, why is there a space? There's not even a space there. That's weird. You know? Where's the space coming from? How about continuations? What do you mean continuations? Well, I mean, they have the effect system, which allows you to like capture the continuation, right? And that stuff. That's what you're talking about. That's part of the effect system. It's like you like throw an exception and capture the continuation. You get the effect system as a result. There's a early return. You can use continuations to achieve that. Oh, you mean like explicit continuation passing style? But I think explicit continuation passing style is also annoying. Like that's kind of what you did, what I did just a second ago, right? When I was if in order to define the print line function, I need to have a function that accepts the continuation, right? So you do this and then you do that. But like, why is this like so like the question that I have here is why the thing that I'm doing after the thing that needs to be happening first, why is it happening before, right? This needs to be swapped. I mean, I understand why, but like this means that the code is very like weird to read, in my opinion. You first specify that the thing that you need to do after, and then you specify the thing that you need to do first. Like what? Can I write my code in an actually linear way so that it's easy to follow? Maybe it's a skill issue for me for now because like, yeah, but I don't think so. We'll see though. I'm not going to quit OCaml yet. I'm going to keep complaining instead. So read identifier. I picked the character. And then I do this. Read while character is alphanumeric or underscore. Yeah, or C is equal to underscore here too, by the way. No, hold on. It's actually no. It's red world. Oh wait, wait. I don't have a bug. My test is buggy. It's my test that's buggy. In the test, I just written space here. There you go. All the tests are successful. Use recursion. Yeah, sure. There we go. Nice. So we can parse hello world. Let's do like, I don't know. I feel like this is basically enough for me. I cannot read a string right now, but that should be enough for a simple language, maybe. And your test was wrong. I thought you wanted this in the output anyway. No, that was an accident. All right, I need to just think end for today. We'll continue next time. Next time we'll do the actual parsing. The lexing needs a couple tweaks, but it's fine. Right, lexer. Use a re, which actually uses expressions for the regex instead of raw POSIX regex string. Actually, you know what I want to kind of look into? How does this work in OCaml? This seems like an interesting feature to me because the type of the string literal is not the string. OCaml overloaded string literals. Like, can I make it work? Like OCaml language. So in OCaml, the string literal is not necessarily a string and can be a format type, right? That's documented anywhere. In OCaml, a string literal can be normal string or special format type. Wait, is this only the two ones? It's called format string typing, and it's one of the OCaml's weirdest and most powerful type system hacks. What you're seeing %s is not a string. It's of type this, yes. OCaml's type checking your format string at compile time, right? Or is documented. Like, wait, so this always, if a % is present, or like, how does this work? Hold on. If I say let as string is hello world, this works, right? But what if I have the %s here, right? Yeah, so this is not a format. This is actually still a string. That's the interesting part. OCaml uses phantom types and GADT style tricks in the format type system to type check your format string at compile time. Format functions are continuations itself. For format found. Where is this documented? Like, what my question is, can I have my own type that can be represented as a string literal? Or does it only work for strings and formats? That's my question. Where is it? Like, it's part of the core language, right? Printf formats. There's a printf something something. The compile time system checks that the type of the arguments are compatible. Like, is it actually hacked the format type into the system, into the language? I don't understand this. I'm too lazy to read the full manual. All right, anyway. The OCaml, I will figure this out. Maybe. How to install this instead of the normal OCaml. Is there any other person who's doing OCaml? Of course not. Hmm. Why is everyone gaming today instead of programming? Huh? Okay, I don't know any of these people. Almost. It's a Saturday today? Yeah. I guess. Alright. You guys like Jai? I never tried it, but it has some interesting things. Ah. And they're making a new game from scratch here. Nice. Okay, see you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.
That's more bluish, which makes sense. We don't want blue, we want